Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and I am back. I had to take a break yesterday. I had a massive migraine. I was a little burnt out, and I needed a day. I needed just to woosah, fraba, whatever you want to call it. I needed a day. I don't have my lights on right now because I still have some of that leftover migraine. So if it's a little dark in here and a little, I guess you can see shadows or whatever from me moving around, I apologize, but the lights are freaking bright. And I'm not in the mood for those goddamn lights today. I will show you guys something adorable this morning that my daughter last night wrote and put next to her elf on the shelf. She wrote this little note for Santa and put it on even though it's like ripped out of one of her journals, as you can see. Very cute, right? She wrote it, ripped it out of her little journal and put it next to said elf on the shelf, right? And this is what it says. It says, from, and her name, and then to Santa, right? She says, I want a Tabba Squishy, so cute, slime, a Stitch robe. We bought the elf. We bought the elf when we were at Walmart. We didn't have a choice. we didn't have a choice. We couldn't find the stupid thing. She kept asking for it. So we had to buy it, which is obnoxious because that thing is $30. And that's like, 2 Christmas gifts for her. Or 1 Christmas gift. Or the one, she wants a skateboard. And there's like this Barbie skateboard on Amazon. I think it's like $27.95 or something. I could have bought the stupid skateboard instead of the elf. But she kept asking for the elf, and I have no other way to explain why the elf is not here. Obviously, she's only 8. She still believes in Santa. So, but this list is so cute. After she says she wants the Tabba squishies, right, and the slime and the Stitch robe, because we got the Stitch robe while we were there. Yeah, $30 fucking, which I did not have. That was like the last of what I had at the time. I don't have much more at this point, right? Then she says, and more cat toys. She wants cat toys for Dora the cat, her cat, the cat that we have. I find that to be freaking adorable. She wants cat toys for the cat, all right? That's so cute that she thought of the cat. And then she wrote skateboard, nail glue, and nails for the nail glue. So she wrote nail glue and nails for the nail glue. Now, we've gotten her the press-on nails a bunch of different times, and because they always pop off, she's frustrated with that, and she wants kids' nails with the nail glue. Now, if you know how goddamn hard it was for me to find anything like that on Amazon and put it on my wish list so I could remember like which one it was, I will tell you I spent like 2 hours looking for kids' nails with nail glue or very small nails with nail glue, all right? Then she writes, Merry Christmas, but then she forgets something. She forgets something she wants on her very cute Christmas list, and she writes, Stitch water bottle. Now, I did not put Stitch water bottle or the cat toys on my wish list, but the Tabba squishies, the slime, there's like one thing of slime, it's like $6 or something on my wish list, and I'm like, she's probably going to want like a slime kit, so I probably have to like rethink putting a slime kit on there, but nonetheless, and apparently cat toys, because that's what she asked for. I know they have those things where it's usually like a stocking for a cat. It has a cat toys in it. I used to see those years ago. We didn't have a cat at the time, so I don't remember where I saw it. But this is a very cute Christmas list, and I thought it would give everybody a good smile. This is adorable. I cannot even. It's adorable. And she asked the elf to put it in an envelope and send it to Santa. So also, the elf got into some hijinks last night that I was not so happy about. It was not my turn for the elf. I'll tell you that much. It was my husband's turn. And I will show you guys what my husband thought was uber funny last night. Okay? It's not so funny to clean up. Might be so funny when the kid comes out. This is what he found so funny. Okay? He puts the elf in all its glory on the table with what, folks? Flour, making snow angels. Lots and lots of flour. I wake up and I'm like, who's cleaning that? He's like, I'm not cleaning it. I'm like, sir, you made the mess. He goes, no. The elf made the mess. I go, what did you? Right now. You didn't think this through? before you did it. Because now I have to, this is a lot. It's not just a little flour. It's like a lot of flour. All right. It's a lot of flour. Yes, it made my child happy. She was super happy. She was like, oh my God, what a this elf is getting all sorts of hijinks here. She got out this morning and was like, oh my God, what did the elf do? And I was like, oh, I don't know. This is bad. Like what, again, it was daddy's turn to elf the house. And this is what he decided to do. I do less messy things. One time I got all of her Barbie things out and set up like a Barbie store. And then I put the elf on like a wire, almost like, you know, if you were like a burglar, right? And he was hanging down, he had a backpack on, and he had stolen things from the Barbie grocery store. And he was trying to escape, right? He was trying to escape. I come up with things like that where I could just, you know, pick up the Barbie stuff and put it back in the bin where it belongs. No, my husband, on the other hand, has to do ridiculous, nonsensical things like this that make a giant mess. A giant mess. Giant goddamn mess. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Snow? Oh, I don't want snow. No snow. I mean, when I went out this morning to put my little on the bus, it wasn't freezing like it was. I mean, it's cold, but it wasn't freezing like it was yesterday. Yesterday was absolutely bone-chillingly cold. My eyes were watering. My nose was running simply from being outside in the cold. And I could feel like my eyes watering, like freezing to the side of my face for the second day in a row. And I'm like, it is so cold. Monday and Tuesday were freezing. And I walked out today and I was like, okay, this isn't bad. I can deal with this. This is a-okay, right? This is all right. This is not that bad. It's not that cereal, right? Aww. That's one. Aww. I love that. My niece turned one over the summer. And I'm like, where's the time go, man? This baby factory is closed. It's been closed for a long time. I can love babies from afar. I'm not having any more babies, okay? None. No more. No more. So cute. So cute. Good morning. I got lots of pain. So I feel you, my friend. I feel you. Oh, I can hear. They have their audio off, but I can faintly hear the court talking about something in my headphone. I can faintly hear them talking. I don't know about what, but I'm guessing that the camera guy has like the plug like in the plug, but not pushed in all the way. So I can faintly hear it through my headphone, which is so funny. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, we are late for court this morning. I don't know it's live, so it's not like usually they've already gotten everybody in there by now. Oh God, I'm in so much pain today. Okay. Yeah, I definitely needed a day yesterday. I was exhausted, was burnt out, was tired. I needed it. You're raring to go, girl. You got all that energies. I don't have that kind of energies. You know, I wish I did. Sometimes I ask my kids if they can bottle up their energy and just give me like a quarter of it. I feel like, God, if I had a quarter of their energy, I'd be all set, right? I haven't even had coffee yet this morning. I haven't had coffee in 2 days. So yeah, it doesn't. That's why sometimes I'll shut the camera off and get up, you know, walk around, sit down on the couch, whatever I got to do with the headphone in, just because I get stiff and it hurts and I'm in a flare up. And, you know, most of the time I try to do other work while we're listening to trial on other things I'm working on for the show, and keeping myself sort of updated of what the things that are happening behind the scenes and whatnot. Good morning, Christy. Oh, yeah, I should probably do this part. We'll do this part before court comes in. If you would like to support the channel, we very much would appreciate it. We are a small channel, very small channel. As a matter of fact, yesterday, when I wasn't feeling so hot and I had the day off, last night I was getting ready to go to sleep, and I knew, like, I was just I was so burnt out, so tired. Like, working 6 days a week will do that to you, right? And these long ass days, they're not helping. And then I'm doing stuff before the show, I'm doing stuff after the show. So it becomes a lot all at once, and once in a while you just need to take a day, right? You just need to take a goddamn day once in a while. So I was getting ready for bed. I was laying down, I was watching TV and taking ibuprofen 800 for that migraine. And a Venmo came through, $50 Venmo from an anonymous person who supports the channel. And I just want to say thank you to them, because I really couldn't afford to take yesterday off, really can't afford to take any days off. Christmas is coming, it's coming fast, and I still have done really no shopping because I have to wait until I pay my rent.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again.
I appreciated
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Thompson, Commonwealth.
Venmo very much.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Houston for the Commonwealth.
Couldn't stand like that either, though.
Good morning, everyone.
My legs start to feel like jelly
Good morning.
because of my back.
Morning, Your Honor.
So it's like a happy medium. I need a happy medium,
Right.
I do love those standing there still. You can push the
Before
button.
I lose these, on the record, I'm handing you back these to the I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who. So that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification, the first 2 pages that I asked for both of the parties.
I've been doing my homework in the Hypocrite's book. It's
Nice.
pretty good, guys.
They go together.
Pretty good.
It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right.
Oh,
do
it
we need
sure
to
does.
Discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at
Thank you,
the,
Kimberly.
side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Oh, they're doing it sidebar. Good, because I was just about to say I would like to take a second to wish my middle daughter a happy sweet 16. And yes, she's at school, but it is her 16th birthday, and I remember my 16th birthday. Funny enough, and I'm like, I'm so old. I'm getting so old. And I took the time on my wish list to mark off the things that are for each child. For the gifts that I did put on there for my kids. It does say, oldest, youngest, middle on them. As you guys know, my oldest is disabled and has a rare terminal illness. So she didn't really ask for a lot. She wanted some tapestries for her wall, and she wants ceramics and paint to paint. She didn't really ask for much else. My 16-year-old, we can't do that till we're 16 and a half here. You have to be 16 and a half before you can get your license here. So that's, but I'm like, oh my God, she's 16. Like, wow, I am old. I mean, to be fair, my oldest just turned 21, but wow, 16. My middle is 16. Like, where does the time fucking go? Where does it fucking go? But believe you me, once she's 16 and a half, that'll be where she's going. She can't wait, My oldest, I haven't had the opportunity yet to teach a child how to drive because my oldest is legally blind. She can't drive. So my middle will actually be my first to teach how to drive, which will be fun. It'll be fun. Yeah, they are insane. What? Wait, work info? Her work info? She doesn't have a work. So you mean her kids? You mean her kids' work info? I'm assuming that's what you mean, because Just doesn't have a regular job as far as we know. So, but no, I mean, again, no one should be doing that. No one should be doing that to anyone. It's insane for kids. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you meant by the way you wrote it. I mean, dude, why? These are even if, okay. So for instance, when I say kids, 2 of mine obviously are under the age of 18, but my third, who's 21, is still my kid, my child. Like, why are you dragging people into things that have nothing to do with things? Jess's kids didn't ask for their mother to act the way she acts, and, you know, that's not their fault, and that has nothing to do with them. Why the fuck does anybody think it's acceptable behavior to do this shit? And I am not a fan. I've just shouted, not even a little bit. As a matter of fact, I think she's a liar, and I think she's a horrible person, but that does not mean that I would ever, I mean, I would never, ever, ever, even hating these people, I would never call their jobs or call their kids jobs, or, I mean, it's freaking insane, right? Absolutely bonkers that anybody would take the time out of their days to do this shit. Really, I just don't get it. It makes no sense. It makes no goddamn sense to me. Thank you, Jesse. I just see your text message now. Thank you. I had like your screen open and it's just like sitting here, so it didn't go off. So I just looked down and saw it. Thank you for joining Discord. I appreciate it. And they should just be off limits, period. Nobody, I mean, you want to attack what the person has to say? Cool, go ahead. But we're talking about people's livelihood. They didn't seem to care in the way they affected my livelihood, and they still don't. None of these people that, you know, do the shit that they do with Aiden behind closed doors or the other way around, like, they don't care about how they affect my income. I shouldn't really give a fuck if theirs is affected, but that's crossing the goddamn line. It's crossing the line. This is the internet. There is no reason anybody should be calling anybody's jobs or kids or spouse or anything like that. It's fucking insane. It's sick. It's not normal. Okay? Exactly, Dougie. And I don't, you know, probably a plant of Aiden since she is now. Oh, and that's the other thing. Don't put it past. Yeah, no, they shouldn't call anybody on merit. That's insane. Like, for what reason? You know what I mean? And that's the thing. These are people who've never seen these kids, never met these kids, don't know anything about these kids. And you're wasting resources. It's just as bad as Aiden wasting the resources of the court system and the cops to lie to them to try to get some petty revenge on people, which is one of his famous things to do. You know what I mean? It's insane. They don't deserve any of it. My kid once in a while will pop into my live streams, and my oldest, and I literally will tell her, do not come into my live stream with your name. Make a fake account if you have to. Do not ever come into my live stream with your name. Don't ever tell anybody you're my kid, because you don't need that. No one deserves that. And she's got enough on her plate. She does not need, you know, bone marrow transplants and neck surgeries and medications galore, pain constant. She does not need to deal with a bunch of lunatics acting a fucking fool. You know, it's sick. It's sick. There's a lot of just toxic people on the internet that were looking for a place to belong, and Aiden's cult is where they found it. And they thought that this was like acceptable behavior because he thinks it's acceptable behavior. Notice he'll never say, don't do X, Y, or Z. This is why I stress to you guys not to do these things. Do not attack somebody from watching my show. Do not do it. Do not fucking do it. Don't do it. There are so many kids that really need the help. I was a foster kid, and I will tell you something. There was really no reason for me to be in foster care, okay? None. Zero. None. The system itself is overloaded with kids that don't really even need to be there. So, I mean, I know the statistics. I know the numbers. It's like 86 or 80-something% of children that enter the system should have never entered the system to begin with, and only 12% of those kids ever make it back to their families. That's a fucking sad statistic. You know? It is. It's gross. It's fucking gross. Do not go and you know, if you want to tell someone you think they're a hypocrite, like that's go ahead, right? But going and doing all this extra crap because the turtle does it and you seem to think you need a pat on the back from him, or you feel the need as a grown-ass adult, know that you're never going to get the full story. So when you're doing this shit, you're doing this shit on very little information. It's that simple. You know what I mean? You know, that's a good question, Leah. I would love to know. You're right, though. You know what I mean? It is. Filing a false report is criminal. It's a criminal action to file a false report. And you can't use the excuse, well, I thought. No, there is no well, I thought. Or, well, I was told. Well, I was told is not a reason to file a report. That's not a thing, right? When you file false reports, you can be charged with the crime. And this is the problem, right, Kim? Like, this is the issue, is he's losing control. He's lost it. And so now his minions think they need to do whatever and however. And I actually would not put it past one of his minions to have done it to Jess after she admitted that yesterday. Because that's the way he works, like in the dark, in secret. He calls somebody up and he goes, hey, I need someone from some fake account or someone from one of you guys who isn't me to do this, this, and this. So that he can then feign ignorance later on and say, that's horrible. I cannot believe that happened. That's what he does. You know, there's no, and I think that probably definitely pissed him off if she admitted what she did yesterday with the recording, right? That he sent it to her, blah, blah, blah. Because she was lying about that. Shocker, right? And to be fair, who called that right away? Oh, that was right. That was me, right? I said, yeah, chance is fucking fat chance in hell she heard it from anybody but him. And I was right. Because common sense, right? Common fucking sense. He likes to share things and brag because he thinks it makes him look cool. It does not make him look cool. It makes him look like a scumbag. It's sad. It's fucking sad. All of it is sad. But on another note, yesterday was Jesse's son's birthday. So we wish him all the birthday love from yesterday. Our kids have one day apart on their birthdays. Which is, I'll never forget it now. Now I can never forget your kid's birthday because it's one day apart from mine. I'll tell you though, having kids with birthdays in December, why couldn't I have had them any other time of year? Why, I say why? Any other time of year. Give me the most financially strapped time of the year for everyone and add 3 kids' birthdays. It's so fun. Brian Walshe does not look like he's having a fun time. And since Mr. Mutlu is the person on the stand, that's an important witness. Important witness. It is very unpredictable, but that narcissist is predictable but unpredictable in the limits that they push, if that makes sense. You know, he's very predictable in the things that he does. He's done them over and over and over and over and over again with different people over many years. So it's a pretty easy pattern to nail down. I must have been, right? we were, right? It would be February or March, around February or March, apparently, is the time. Everybody stop having babies and stop getting pregnant around February or March. Just start having December babies like me, all right? No, I didn't watch it. Other people told me, but shut the hell up. She said that her reason for outing him was Meredith caught me lying. Shut the up, dude. To be fair, I mean, I caught her lying as soon as she said it. We talked about it here. Like, literally right after. Because, come on. I knew right away. Gave it to her. Like, do we all look fucking stupid? And how, like, this is what he does. And you want me to believe that some random person sent it to you other than you getting it from your bestie? The fact that she expected anybody to believe that, to me, just shows a lack of self-awareness and a willingness, though, to lie. Why lie? Why lie for him? And this is what gets people into trouble. This is why you lose your credibility. And this is exactly what I wouldn't do for him and why I became his enemy. Simply because I didn't lie for him. And I didn't even rat him out on purpose. It was by accident. But nonetheless, it's not my fucking job to lie for him. If he keeps putting everybody in these shitty situations and then expecting that everyone else cover for him, that's not how this fucking works, dude. Because eventually when it comes out, and it will, because he shares with everyone and anyone who will listen, and, you know, screenshots, voice recordings, whatever, right? Because he likes to try to brag. Then the people who covered for you now have to deal with the backlash of covering for you and lying to their audience. I will not fucking do that. And so then I became a target of his. Also because, well, he didn't want his wife to know he was cheating on his wife. Again, some more, with more women. He didn't want the women to know that he was actually lying to them about whether he was actually with his wife or not. But it's like, why is that everybody else's fault or problem? You know, he put Mike in the same sort of scenario. Why is it Mike's fault? Why is it Mike's job to lie for him? And where Mike didn't have evidence that he, you know, changed that recording, you have, you know, you try to take someone at their word. But But the actions after that just go to show he doesn't care who he hurts, who he throws under the bus, or who gets charged, as long as he doesn't, right? I would, parallel Mike's situation with Aiden with the situation with Chrissy Yakomowski. And for those of you who haven't been around long enough to know who Chrissy Yakomowski is, she was one of Aiden's confidants, someone close to him in his, group chat, close circle, and he sort of set her up for wiretapping to do for a story he wanted. And then when the cops came a knocking, he lied and said he didn't know and pushed for her to get charged, because at that point she was done dealing with his bullshit and his behavior, and sort of let out to other people their group chats to show she wasn't lying, he was lying, and things exploded. And instead of taking accountability for that and saying, like, I did something I shouldn't have and I encouraged her to do something she shouldn't have, instead he tried to save his own ass any way he could, and then bashed her simply for telling the truth when he didn't like what that truth was and what it was showing people, which is another pattern of behavior over and over and over again. And that's the same sort of scenario that we have with Mike. Give him something illegal, or in Chrissy's case, make her do something illegal, and then blame that person when you get a chance to, if they ever cross you in any way, if they ever question you. And here's the funny part, is Mike gave Aiden probably the best advice anybody could have given Aiden at that point, which was, dude, the way you're doing shit right now, the way you're moving is funny. It's weird. It's funny. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? And Aiden didn't like that advice. He didn't like the advice of stop being a ratchet yourself, my dude. He didn't like that advice. And so then he went on the attack mode, because God forbid Mike give good advice to basically tell him to shut the F up and stop acting a fool. But kindly, in a nice way, He couldn't recognize a real friend if it spit in his face. And that's half of his problem, is he doesn't know how to run any sort of relationship, including a friendship. He doesn't know what a friend is, because he's always out for himself. He can't do for a friend. Friends can do for him because that's what he expects, but he will do for no one but himself. If he's not gaining anything out of it, he wants nothing to do with it. At one point, he threatened Rita Lombardi. Who the fuck does that? Like, who does that? You're gonna threaten Rita Lombardi? Dude, that's weird behavior, my dude. Like, it is ultra stupid. It is ultra fucking stupid. I agree with you. I mean, that's, to be fair, I've said this quite a bit. Cosgrove's a nice guy, just like Mello's a nice guy, but I didn't think Mello was the guy for the job. I honestly think he was a little incompetent. I've said this before, and it's not for a lack of Mello being a nice guy. He's a decent person. He's just not good at his job. It's unfortunate, but it's true, right? And Cosgrove's a little older. He's a retired judge, and I don't think handing over a older guy who's a retired judge is handing him over an internet case that constantly produces evidence every day was the smartest thing on planet Earth. They could have gotten someone else that was younger, that had a big team behind them that could help process all of this information, and clip the way it needs to be clipped out, get all the important stuff. And I think it's like, they could have charged him with various wiretapping, blackmail, threats. They could have charged him with all of these things already. They haven't, right? And is it because they're afraid of what it looks like to the public, or afraid of what the backlash of his quote writers are going to be? Well, usually the justice system isn't going to be the one that's going to be, quote, afraid of anything. And that's half of the problem, right? Is the justice system isn't supposed to stop or not do its job or not charge because, he's already got this amount of charges, so we're not going to charge him with anything else unless he punches someone in the face. Well, it doesn't have to be violent to be a crime, right? And I can't imagine that I would be allowed to just keep committing crime after crime after crime after crime and they wouldn't charge me. So I don't know why it would be expected that would happen for him. I mean, you're right. There was his faces? I didn't know. Well, that was nice. That was very nice. I had no idea there was his faces. That's kind of cool. I'll have to listen to it. Is it on Chris's X account, maybe? Oh, let's see. I'll have to listen to it. I didn't know they were doing one, but again, I went to sleep early. I had a really bad headache and I needed a day. I was tired and right. So would I. If it was me or you or anybody else, we would have been arrested and charged already dozens of times, you know. But that is definitely nice to know that they're to the spaces. And normally, you know, I get hate from the writers, you know. That's normally how it goes for me, is my existence bothers them. Okay, I see it. I see the spaces. Someone sent it to me. Interesting. Interesting. They're really arguing some shit at sidebar right now, huh? Jeez. Jeez Louise. Let's see. Listen to it for a second. You guys won't be able to hear it, but I might be able to for a second. It was Barber Ellie. That's the name that's popping up for me. Interesting. Let me see. Hold on. You're welcome. Interesting. People are insane with the shit that they do. Leah's right. Like all this real life shit people do. It's like, why do they think that this is okay at all? Nuts to me that people think that it's acceptable. Right? Right? I'm so crazy. I'm a monster, right? I must be, right? Damn. I'm a monster. I mean, that's what Aiden would have people believe, right? I'm some crazy lunatic monster who's crazy or dropout, which none of which is true. That's his go-to on calling everybody those things. Hey, Ellen. I know I should simmer down a little. Simmer down now. Simmer down. Should simmer down a little. God damn it. My daughter's nurse. My daughter's a nurse that comes periodically, and she apparently finds me entertaining, as do some of you. I don't find myself entertaining, but apparently she finds me entertaining. My daughter tells me, and she watches the show. So shout out to my daughter's nurse that watches me when she gets home. She's a visiting nurse. Visits. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. My husband usually calls on his little break in the morning while he's waiting at work for them to. They have like a 7-minute period where they wait for the bosses to do what they need to do before they can do what they need to do every morning. So he called during his little morning thing just to say hi. Oh, root canal. Okay, we send all of our love to Jay. We're sorry, Jay. We're sorry that you are having a root canal. That is awful and terrible. We send you all the love. I feel like I gotta send you something for Jay when I send your Christmas gift. Something, even if it's like a little maid thing. That's funny. It's like, sorry for your root canal. Hope this cheers you up. Oh, me too. Rather give birth 5 times over than have any kind of freaking tooth pain. You know? Oh, just pop. God damn it. Oh, it's just, it's apparently you're going to be taking care of lots of tooth pain people today, man. No good. Poor Chesty. It's one of those times where you hold up the white flag and you're like, send help. Send help. Send help. Who's this person saying they like crispy and confused? Okay. Hold on, just checking. Oh. They're having a long argument here. Jesus Christ. Like, geez, I want to hear what Mulu has to say, man. He's a key witness in this. Ooh, I'm so hungry right now, too. I haven't had coffee or food yet this morning because I was just like rushing around this morning to get my kiddo on the bus. I know, right? This is extremely long sidebar. Like, what is helping? What is happening right now? What is happening? I like don't want to keep looking at the side of Brian Walsh's head, man. Like, I feel like, right? Is there a morning that we don't rush? Like, God, yeah, girl, I know, right? You could read. I mean, you could read this whole hypocritical Thrill Boy book, and you know, they'd still be at sidebar.
it's sliding off the back of my
Here we
chair. Hold on a second. All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not going to
Almost
dispute,
called
I need
Mr.
coffee,
Jim.
my friend, but you need money for that.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Do me a favor, just keep your voice when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna
Yeah,
Walsh
it is.
on December
He was there.
29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That
Facts, my friend. I have to conspiracy go to the bathroom. I'll be
What
right back.
I-
I can hear everything.
got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included. And yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here. And that was a huge burden on her psyche. And that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face to face, together. And a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay. So within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them? For work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay.
frequently.
All right.
Yeah,
So that's more accurate. And I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
that's correct.
Not seeing the children. And was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards, do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of what you. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so. Yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We're very close friends.
So let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today.
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not. No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was, that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All
I
right.
don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would
Yeah, I
suggest
mean-
that those come from that conversation. And
Anna
that
died a
is
long time,
absent
you know,
of a
years
feeling
ago at
or a
this point,
gist
so
would be admissible.
trying to
And I would
recall
ask- and I would
conversations
actually even lead on that.
from
to make
years
sure that we're
ago.
going
It's
to
gonna
the
be
right
hard.
portion, and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was
Well,
consistently pressed
that's-
about what
that
Anna
sucks.
told him. It's clear
You
that this
can't.
was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right.
it's also
So,
probably part of what she said.
As I said to him,
Yes.
he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, you just went through, that the back and forth
Looks
was
like
taking a
this
toll on her, not
Was-
seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been
front of the
able
jury.
to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal
I knew it was
instruction.
a voir dire.
I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word, marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take
real.
that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated.
Yeah, pretty much. Just
'Cause it came
shit,
up.
Max, pretty much.
I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the
This
Puerto
was just
Rico
a voir dire.
conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right.
This is the
And
voir
then
dire.
the other
That wasn't in
information
front of the jury. They want to
that
see what he would
he-
say first.
provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to?
Absolutely. Bottom line is he is going to
Me,
prison.
I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes.
I
But
will be
you
right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
We have a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank
Your
you,
Honor, if I may
Anonymous.
step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
We appreciate it very, very much. Drop those truth bombs. Anytime a truth bomb donation comes in, and we're very appreciative of any and all. So thank you, Anonymous, for your $10 donation to the channel. So I'm guessing the judge is sort of waiting for, that was a voir dire, so that wasn't in front of the jury what he was just saying. I guess they had some argument or issue about something he was going to say, so they decided on a voir dire, which is not in front of the jury, so they can sort of sort out things ahead of time before the jury hears them. I absolutely do not think that this is a case that the defense can win. That's my opinion, obviously. I don't think in any stretch of the imagination that Brian Walshe wouldn't be found guilty. I mean, if your wife suddenly dies in her sleep, you certainly don't, chop her up with your children in the home and dispose of her remains in different places to try to cover it up. You call 911. I mean, come on. Dude's a psycho. Good morning, Sam. I mean, he knows. Look at him. He knows. He absolutely knows. Hey, Holly. I love that they just show the side of his face. Like, I listened to that little clip of that thing, the Spaces from last night that Chris was on. And I'm gonna correct something real quick that they said. So they said that Jess Machado got ahead of her repo or something because we had pulled the records. Somebody I knew had pulled the records and was going to talk about it. And we did talk about it. And the next day she got on her show and said she was going to, quote, get ahead of it. But you can't get ahead of something that I already talked about, right? can't get ahead of
Just those,
something that
the
we
next
already.
three.
Oh, yeah.
There's no getting ahead of it. It's already out there. Once I talked about it and said it, it was out
Thank
there.
you.
Right. So you can't exactly get. I think because people, not everyone watches my show. I think she just assumed that she could just tell people she was getting ahead of it, even though in fact she was not getting ahead of it at all. So I just wanted to correct that part, but I also just wanted to say thank you for the kind words. It was actually refreshing to hear because I get so much hate and vitriol from the turtle cult simply because, like, he said so. Because liars said so, right? That it's actually refreshing to hear people actually figure out that not everyone who quote Aiden says quote bad is actually bad. So it was nice to hear. And that's the thing, right? If you actually get to know someone, you start to realize that these people aren't telling the truth, right? And like people come here looking for some insane monster that they're not going to find, Well, that's the thing. He should be able to refresh his memory from the statement, Holly, and I don't know why they're not offering it to him. If I'm, the state, I'm offering, would you like to see the documents? Unless it's not written down. I don't know. Her ego is out of this world. That's my opinion, is she very much thinks she's Oprah and thinks she's, the most glamorous, amazing, awesomest person on planet Earth. Listen, I know I'm not the most glamorous, amazing, awesome person on planet Earth. I know who I am, and I don't need a turtle to pat me on the back to tell me who I am. And the fact alone is that you're willing to lie for him knowing that he's hurting people and then turn around and scream from the rooftops that the behavior you don't like is the exact same behavior you cheer on from him is just hypocritical, right? Good morning, Biker Daddy. You make me blush every time. And that's another thing. It's like trying to be like him, trying to sort of bounce off of what he is. And I don't think anybody should ever want to be like him. I mean, that's great. Why fake it though? Why fake it? Like life, and as these people talked about sort of on that spaces, like you want to poo-poo people for not being rich. Sorry, not sorry, dude. My daughter's 21 years old, and I'm glad she's made it to 21 years old, but her disease, she was born with it. So she started having signs and symptoms of it just a few months old, right? And so that is something for 21 years that my family has dealt with, right? I dare any of these people to have multiple children, one with a terminal illness, and be, come out on top every time. Those expenses add up, and they add up real fucking quick, right? It's amazing to me that they shit on everybody else for financially not being rich, when in fact, they've gone through hard times too. It's like everyone does. Everyone fucking does. But everybody's circumstances are different, right? My husband works as much as he can. And that's that. You know what I mean? He can't work anymore legally. Can't drive any more than they let him, right? And I don't talk a lot about
Presenting, all rise.
really serious health problems because they're my business, but I do let you guys in on some of them. And it's like, don't judge someone based upon what you think is okay, right? Everyone has different circumstances. And the fact that she's willing to judge everyone else when she's obviously had a hard time, been through a hard time, lived a hard time is kind of gross in my opinion. I would never judge someone. I've had it all, okay? And I've had nothing. I've done both. I've done both.
Harry, all persons have anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier.
I've had a car repoed way back in the day.
Norfolk Superior Court, brought near
I gave them the
and
keys.
and shall be heard by City
it.
Commonwealth.
Nothing you can do at that point.
Court is in session.
21, all right, 21 forever. 21 forever.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start
I don't
today.
pretend like things are fine when
Every
they're
day,
not. I can't.
Conversation about the rules. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case. And you were very able to comply with.
I don't know why anybody would want to be like him. It's gross, in my opinion.
About this case.
Be yourself, dude. Be yourself. And hope that your viewers see you for who you are. Give them you.
And
You
what he
on
did
screen,
comply
off
with
screen,
my
give
orders,
them
not
you.
on any social media.
I don't know why that's so
or
hard.
Any news media.
It's not hard for me, you know? I don't blame you, Space Ghost.
And you all still have open minds.
You don't get caught lying if you don't fucking lie. It's that simple, you know? It's this giant charade of who can lie for the turtle more and cover for him more, or
I'll answer in the
he'll
affirmative.
come after you, or he'll destroy your life. Well, he can't destroy my life any more than he already fucking has, so.
Work. I'll let my colleagues next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
We missed you. I noticed your absence, sir. And if I had had an email to email you and say, are you alive? I would have. Yeah, but I believe there's good in everyone.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now
Well,
in hearing should be the truth?
maybe
the whole
besides
truth,
the
and nothing
turtle.
but the truth, so help you God.
I don't think there's good in there.
Get this way, sir.
I think there ever was.
Take your time, just watch your step.
They're following the wrong person out of fear. Fear last
Hold that
gets
chair a little tighter.
seconds.
Okay, we'll keep your voice up when you
They're-
speak. Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you.
Afraid of him doing the exact things they're complaining about someone else
And you
doing.
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a
It would
realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about
Can't turn it
25
in.
years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
It'll come up on the VIN
Uh,
number.
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts,
Commercial or residential?
residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020,
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
what was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Or rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes,
Of course.
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? Well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
while I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right. I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walshe not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure,
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah,
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car. or
There was
anything?
no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me.
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so When you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
He
This
ran to
poor
me
man.
and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. I'll look to see the colors.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in Exhibit 257?
Yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jen.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walshe told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walshe?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
2nd?
2nd,
Yes.
any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, have you heard from Anna?
What did you say?
And I said, what do you mean? He says, well, Anna's been missing. And I said, how could she be missing? And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30 that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone
That is a characterization.
was not
though.
panicked.
Now,
I mean, that is a
after
characterization.
that call,
So that doesn't make
how
sense.
often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
I must have missed that part, Ellen.
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
yeah.
sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk
Oh,
to
yeah, I
you a
must have
little
missed
bit
that
about
part.
the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
Sad case.
You said that
This
it
guy
was a semester, like
tugs on my
about a semester
heartstrings.
long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
That's so sad, Holly.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh,
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
okay. Let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No,
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
that's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and
No,
yourself.
Anna, no. Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process. And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program and thereafter?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I think of impactful as like memorable. Yes, he's been in jail this entire time. Shredder. He's not like out on bail or anything. He's been in jail the entire time. I wonder, they want to keep arguing about the way he describes things. You know, that's what the defense wants to argue about his characterization. But you said don't characterize it, but then they immediately asked you to characterize it. So it's like a lot of nitpicking on like basic shit. Characterize what it means, but don't characterize it. What did it actually mean? It's like any person is going to characterize what they think it means. It's going to be their characterization. So sometimes it's nitpicking.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that
And
leadership
he's a danger
program.
to the community here.
You had told us that he became a good friend.
I live
That's
here in
correct.
Mass. He
And
can't
then
be
can
out.
you tell us more
God he's in
about your
jail.
experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about I think $80,000 some, and Brian somehow
They
also
were in state custody, yeah.
was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day when she worked for me. She would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described I think, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna would
Required.
come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you.
He did.
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, a director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea. Yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you gotta support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
That turtleneck,
I had.
the black.
Yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you
Oh my
went to
God,
support
Sean Connery.
Brian,
I did.
Yes.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of
Hello,
said it,
Kim. Hilarious
Mr. Walsh is
007.
never jealous of your relationship with Anna?
I don't
Sershan,
believe
yep.
so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
Joy, you always make me
Brian
laugh
never
when I need a laugh.
complained about the long hours of the friendship with her.
All
He
of
did
you
not.
do.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
You all make me laugh when I need that laugh. Always, literally. Yesterday was burnout. Like I needed that day like off. Burnout, a little bit of burnout, a little bit of having that migraine, which didn't help. Probably that's not having coffee the last 2 days. It's probably I just thought about this, but maybe it's a caffeine headache / migraine. I don't know, but that could have been part of it. I didn't even think of that until now, but whatever. A little bit of discouragement, I think. A little bit of overwhelming stress, a little bit of everything. And I was like, I got to take the day off. I knew I couldn't afford to take the day off, but like I needed to take the day off. Because as you guys know, I stream every day, but Saturday. And so that's 6 days a week. And these trials are long, 7+ hours a day, And, it's also got to be worth it in the department of making sure that you're making a living. And right now, well, for the last month, it really hasn't been, but I push through because A, it's important. B, there are victims when we're dealing with the sewer turtle nonsense that have no voice, and there aren't many people speaking up. Although I do find that there's a lot more people starting to speak up, realizing the games that Aiden plays and the way that he is. And there's a lot more people realizing that he lies through his teeth constantly to sway people one way or another. And I just needed that moment, Although I did do some homework on said sewer turtle book. Lots of hypocrisy, I'll tell you that much. Lots and lots and lots of hypocrisy. He literally said in this book that his first job as a teacher, it wasn't actually to teach the kids, it was to just keep them out of trouble because they were like, bad kids that got like taken from the other schools because they couldn't, behave and put in this specific school. Newsflash, dumbass, even if they're what we would call romper room at our school, right? Even if they're those kids that have behavioral issues, or maybe it's a disability that was never diagnosed, right? You still, as a teacher, it is still your fucking job to teach them. So the fact that your mindset was, oh, it's not our job to teach them, it was just our job to like make them do a worksheet and, stay out of trouble. No, it's still your job to teach them as a teacher, you absolute idiot. But this is the mindset, right? Of him. This is the mindset. Talks about what First Amendment people shouldn't be allowed to make up lies with the First Amendment and individual politicians that damage them. This is why we have libel laws, except that's literally what he does constantly. The amount of projection in this book. He was a legit teacher. After that, he worked at a high school. He was a history teacher. The problem with that is if you're a history teacher, why the actual fuck are you actually having a problem when it comes to the Holocaust? As we know, we made those Holocaust statements as if people who escaped the Holocaust as kids weren't Holocaust survivors. Absolutely, they were fucking Holocaust survivors, and they went through severe trauma to the point where they remembered that young, right? And so it's like, there's a reason why he didn't last as a teacher. And it's the mindset, it's the mindset. It's simply that. He says he loves being a teacher, or he loved being a teacher. I find that to be pretty fucking funny, So it's what he wanted to always do, And he says, life changes quickly though. And instead of a 30-year career as a teacher, I became Turtle Boy. No, you were already Turtle Boy and you couldn't hack it as a teacher. That's just the God's honest truth, But he lies like he breathes, The sending schools, he's talking about the schools that the kids were sent from, tried their best with their kids, but most of them couldn't behave in an environment that big, so they sent them to us. Our job wasn't really to teach them. It was to keep them from disrupting kids in the sending schools who actually wanted to learn. No, it was your job to teach them, you fucker. But I mean, you have to remember, he got walked out of that job, right? The actual teaching job, and at the high
At
school
this
where he got
hearing,
walked out
when
of.
You were there to support your friends. I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall,
Should always be
at the
skeptical of any
end
word
of
comes out
that
of his mouth.
row
Most
Uh,
lies,
near the
gaslighting,
aisle.
Okay.
spreading
And
misinformation.
you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's
I'm
that's
taking one
correct.
for the team. I am.
And
Because there's a
Anna
lot of nonsense in there.
informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
Good
That's
morning,
correct.
Mary Ann.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that the
And
jurors won't buy any
During
of
those
this.
conversations and your observations,
This is
Anna
Massachusetts.
told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
With
yeah,
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023.
Oh, now
help
you want to
refresh
give him
your
a
memory?
copy.
sure.
Now you want to give him a copy of it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
All of it is cult leader mentality, but it happens on both sides, unfortunately, and that's kind of the sad part. If you don't do what either side wants,
Page
then
53.
they chew you. And I don't fall into that cult mentality. I go to the beat of my own fucking drum, what I think is right. I'm not going to say the behavior is okay to happen to this side because I don't like this side. If both sides are, it's common sense. Behavior isn't okay when you're
Glad to
calling
hear
people's
it.
jobs and doing real life things to hurt people. And I deal with it from both ways. I get it from both sides.
Okay.
Because I'm not willing to bow down to either and what they think I should say or what they think I should think or what they think I should believe in, you know?
Say that that's your name on that front page?
Of course, Marianne, of course.
And I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
Kind of like an old school gangster. That's what my mind went to. Although I was watching a gangster thing this morning
That's
before
correct.
I woke up my kids. So that could just be my mind doing that.
And you can just read it to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the
From the top
top of the page?
until the bottom, until
Sure. So we actually started,
just,
Read
just
to yourself.
Read to yourself and look up when you're done.
oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Are you back, Jess? I want to like heat up a muffin. I'm starving right now. We have a great community here, Marianne. Different opinions on certain things, but people are always kind to one another. We keep a tight ship over here. Okay, perfect. I'm going to go heat up this muffin because I am so hungry. I can feel the hunger in my throat. Ooh, Prime Minister. That's a good one, too. I was watching a gangster thing this morning, so my immediate mind went to like old school gangster.
That's it?
Okay. Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If
I
it
don't
doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on you?
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
Defense counsel pushing the buttons of the judge, not smart. Clearly it was objected to, that line of questioning, more than once. Like, come on. Hey, Shannon. She definitely ticked off the judge. That's not smart, dude. Like, dude, who cares if she had a crush on the guy? He was a nice guy, clearly.
You had
Right.
mentioned
Plot
that
twist.
when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text.
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022.
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
Her
And during the
haircut with
time that she
hammers.
was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant?
A
confidant?
confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Well,
Thank you.
Yeah.
good for you, Mr. Mutlu. Trying to keep himself from crying, you can tell.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes,
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
that's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay,
on December 31st.
okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said it, that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
To be first,
Was Brian on the phone with
never
her?
do that. I don't
Did
think.
she say-
I mean, ask
Well, I don't know.
back and
No,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No.
On most times, I make the decision.
And
Thank
spend
you very
time with
much.
Her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay,
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
okay. So
Lots of
let me
maybes.
just talk to you a little bit
Lots of
about
maybes.
the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay,
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay,
And
so let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay,
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property?
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay,
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, D.C. for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No,
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fasto.
no,
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I
with.
can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes,
So Mr. Walshe knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walshe ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sam, in the same way that Aiden cons everyone else.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about
Right.
New Year's Eve.
It's the same concept.
Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did,
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes,
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
yes,
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that
Exactly,
even as you're
Barb.
pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it was cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your arm?
She was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced.
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in the house.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and
Yeah,
Brian
except
are
I guarantee
getting
privately, he told them to keep
That's
talking
correct.
about it.
And everyone's toasting to the new year.
yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial,
that's correct.
hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
Hey, Claire Bear.
Champagne bottle that all three of you signed. That was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together. Aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall.
Okay.
I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Action.
Yours, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Sure, is exiting all rise. Sir, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step. Stand up in the circle.
Sure. Thank you.
It's actually a clip I'm going to show you guys in a minute because they're going on this like break here. So let me just pull it up.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else.
Judge isn't fucking around.
Yes.
Looks like she's pissed off.
He's gone.
Thank you, Ron. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
I do remember the Michelle Carter case well. Very well. And funny you bring up that case because one of the biggest problems that I had with Aiden after I learned about the live stream and Marianne, you're new here, so you might not know this, but my dad died of suicide. So it was a live stream Aiden did before the Karen Reed stuff where he actively destroyed someone's life. And that guy called him basically to ask him to stop, to leave him alone. And he put him on a live stream, and the guy said, "Listen, I'm gonna, unalive myself. I'm just like, this is where it's gotten to the point of it's destroyed my life. I'm going to harm myself." And Aiden's response wasn't, "Oh my God, please don't do that," or just not engaging. His response to that was, "Do it, live stream it." And this is all in a live stream that I've showed before. I'm not going to show it now because it's hard to watch even now, but his response was, "Do it. Do it. Will you live stream it? Just do it. Live stream it." Like what kind of actual monster says some shit like that? I can't. Like I literally, it's just gross. It's gross. It's fucking gross. Now, I have. Yeah, I've said this a million times. We definitely need updated. Well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's a trigger warning. If you're gonna watch that video, I'm not gonna play it. It is an absolute trigger warning on that video. But I've said many times our laws need to catch up to the digital age here because it just hasn't, and that's a huge problem. you know? I have, just comment on it. The amount of people cheering on the cult is insane. I did get word yesterday that Sue Turtle went to try to file, and again, this is rumor at this point. I haven't been able to confirm this, but it tracks with what he does. That he tried to file more false witness intimidation charges against other people he doesn't like who share his screenshots. So, as Chris rightly puts it here, apparently he's the only one who can share screenshots and it be unconstitutional, bogus charges when it happens to him. I mean, come on, stop it. That's ridiculous. And that's the point, is it's unconstitutional, it's witness intimidation when someone shares his screenshots, but when he shares anyone else's, that's totally okay and it's freedom of speech. He keeps kicking himself in the ass by doing this dumbass shit. It makes no sense to me, but where the hell is it? I literally just had it up. I'm trying to find it. I should just look at my phone. That might help, right? I'm guessing Meredith. I don't know who, but I'm guessing Meredith. Also, you weren't here earlier. Are you a coffee person or a tea person, Scorpio? A coffee person or a tea person? You have tea in the morning or you have coffee, or neither? You know? He hasn't answered the question this morning. There's nothing you can do if you share a screenshot with someone and they put it out publicly. So that's my point, right? Why? And this was like yesterday. So again, they probably told him, there's nothing we can do, sir. But it's funny that he runs right to the police, the very corrupt police, right? He runs right to the police when it's him, right? When it's him, he runs right to the cops. But when he does it to anyone else, it is freedom of speech, guys. What do you mean? This is my right. This is freedom of speech, you know? It's just insane to me. Well, if he loses, I mean, he's paid them really already. And so if he keeps racking up legal bills, though, that's on his own. That's because of the things he's doing, you know? And yeah, he loses all that money. He'd have to start from scratch. Coffee. It's coffee. You know? Yeah, he clearly didn't have any luck. And I guarantee you that he never would have. It's common sense. You cannot stop someone from sharing their own screenshots with you, or if someone else sends them to you. I would never fucking do that simply because I think it's gross. But I also think that there are certain instances like this one where you are constantly being attacked, and the only way to sort of clear it up is to show that person who's lying now in their own words. And I mean, when you back someone into that corner, what do you really expect is going to happen? You just, you know, peacefully left each other alone and whatever. Hold on a second. Sorry, it was a private number, and usually my doctors call from a private number, and I was right, so I had to answer it. Let me see. Yeah, and well, that's the thing, though. You can't keep. I mean, a lot of people take screenshots so that you can remember something, and you don't have to go looking for it. But that's different than sharing it all over the internet just to harm someone's life. And there's a big difference between doing that to harm someone's life and doing it to show your life that's been harmed is showing the truth of what's the truth, right? So it's a fine line for sure, but at the same time, it's like, what the actual F, This is what he does. Let's see. Where is the clip? Oh, I found it. Okay. Found it. I found the clip. Yeah. It is. Okay. Just real quick. Add this up. I'm going to put a gaslight warning on this. This is gaslighting at its finest. So this is a gaslight warning for all of you. Oh, lots of, I'm sorry. You got all the rain, huh? Oh, Jersey Shore, you go, girl. All right. Let's see. This is gaslighting in all its glory, my friends. This is gaslight warning, okay? This is someone who has realized that their lies are starting to come about. And so in turtle fashion, what does he do? He gets on, plays the sympathy card. I'm so sorry that my life is a dumpster fire. No, you're not. You're not sorry that your life is a dumpster fire because you actively contribute to it being a dumpster fire. The things that you do, the fake accounts to talk to people who have orders on you, like you don't think that's actively engaging in criminal conduct that could get you arrested while people are paying for your lawyers, right? This was recently. This was recent. This is the last 2 days or whatever. And so he's apologizing, right? He's looking for those sympathy donations, in my opinion, and he's looking for people to keep buying his BS so he can keep complaining that his life is a dumpster fire, and he's sorry that it's a dumpster fire. No, he's not sorry, because all of the things that he does behind closed doors does not say, I'm sorry. It says, I want to continue to keep doing this so that people believe me even when I'm lying. So here's the clip, without further ado, of the gaslighting, malignant narcissism, and the trying to keep his people under wraps and give him the sympathy donations.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about all that. I'm sorry that my personal life is a dumpster fire sometimes.
No,
wish
you're
it
not.
wasn't. I really wish it wasn't. I'm sorry I let, it's just this whole brand just, is like it just attracts. Yeah, you guys are great, but like it just attracts.
Okay, so he's basically saying his brand attracts like crazy people, or his brand attracts people who like drama. And it's like, no, your brand is you though. So it's not your brand because you're choosing to do the things that are making this happen, right? It's you. You're the one choosing to make, dozens of stock accounts. You're the one who chooses to go after people like me simply because I didn't lie for you, right? You're the one who chooses to keep the things that you've done wrapped up, and so you push other people out in front of that bus, right? It's everyone else's fault but yours, blah, 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 blah. So you can continue that lie in front of your audience instead of just being fucking honest. He has yet to still take any accountability for any of the things. And here he is blaming his quote brand and not himself.
Some people, that are either attracted to drama. I don't know. It's just like, I don't mean for this.
I don't mean for
so I'm sorry about that.
Yes, he does.
All right. What else are people saying?
What else are people saying?
Hold on.
This is the comments going crazy because of the shit he created, and it's sort of like hey, I'm waving the white flag. Nobody talk about Meredith anymore, but it's hard to believe because at that point he's done things like this before in the past. And then he'll publicly say like, no, don't do it anymore, guys, but privately tell these people to keep their foot on the gas. And have them say, well, he can't control me and I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. Like he will literally have people say that. And so then you're dealing with him pretending publicly that he wants it all to stop and privately doing the complete opposite so that he could keep it going and try to feign ignorance publicly. I mean, I don't know how that daily doesn't give someone a headache to play those amount of fuck games. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I could never engage in that kind of insanity, right? Here's an idea, guy. If you don't fucking lie, you don't have to cover those lies up. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that a shocker? If you just don't lie and you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about which lie you're telling people. Amazing, huh? Isn't it amazing how that works? It's quite the thing, right? Not lying. It was a piss poor apology. I don't think it was ever meant to be an apology because remember, he doesn't, in my opinion, the dude is a narcissist. He does not have the capacity to actually be sorry or care about anybody but himself. So if he's sorry, he's only sorry because he's losing subscribers or he's losing money or he's not sorry because he's hurting people. Or he would tell his audience to stop harassing people and he would clear up his lies. He would issue retractions. When have I ever gotten a retraction? Not a single one, not ever. And I never will, right? Like, come on, his brand. That's just absurd, you know? Just be you, my dude. And I think he's afraid that he just can't be him. And it's unfortunate, but I also think that with people who are narcissists, they don't have the capacity. They really don't. It's studied. They don't have the capacity to care about anyone else, ever, you know? I don't watch his shows, so you guys would have to indulge me on what he said yesterday. Again, I don't watch. I only catch the clips or what people send me. It's very rare that I go back and watch anything unless it's real important, you know? And I agree with Jim here, you know, and I agree with Kim. Like it's not an apology to anybody but himself, really. It's a pity party is what it was. It's a pity party, you know? Well, that's the thing. It's not okay when someone is showing that he is lying, but you know, when he goes after people and he's actively is lying about them and harming their lives in the way that he has harmed mine, I don't know how anybody supports him after that. This is why I did the stream the other day. I wish they had listened. Right? I wish people had opened their ears and listened. There's 320 people watching me on X right now. Right? And I'm going to bet that some of those people were probably blocked from this chat for being turtle riders and coming in here and being nasty. Now, I have unblocked many of people when they start to realize what the hell is going on. They might have someone else reach out to me. They might reach out to me via email and say, hey, like, you know, you have me blocked and I want to apologize and like, could you please unblock me? And I do, right? Because I'm not a person that just doesn't understand how narcissists manipulate people. I fully understand that. I'm just not going to deal with the abuse in that moment of you being hypnotized by an idiot. You know what I mean? And I don't think that everyone who supports him have to be just like him, but I do think that he does a lot of manipulation, real good manipulation. It's kind of how it works. You know, a narcissist manipulates. It's what they do, you know? Oh, yeah, you have no idea what I got going on in this book. I mean, some of the shit he says here is just so hypocritical. It's so hypocritical. He says how these kids that he taught in the quote bad kid school, right? That the kids' lives were predestined for them. They were raised by crackheads and teen moms. Now, that's just assuming. He's just assuming, of course, right? And the cycle just repeated itself. I can't tell you how many former students have ended up on Turtle Boy or the news for serious crimes. Why would you ever put one of your former students in a story online? Are you trying to destroy them more? If you know that they went through a lot of trauma and you know they went through hell and their childhood was hell, why would you want to make their life any more hellish? Just asking, right? I mean, the shit that he says is just so ridiculous and some of it completely hypocritical. He writes, I could write a whole separate book just about my 2 years teaching fanning, and it would be the most entertaining book you've ever read. And this tracks with him, you know, telling everybody he's amazing and he's awesome and he's the best ever. And here it is in his book from 2018, doing that gaslighting as well. It would be the most entertaining book you've ever read. I don't find anything entertaining about kids who are going through hell and then lash out because of it. There's nothing fucking entertaining about that. You know? Nothing. Hi, Sarah. Oh, she'll continue to, because she was already harassed by him way back when. And so she knows he'll just do another story about her and quote ruin her life again. And so she just bows down and does what he wants. It's easier than actually, standing up to him. He says, I was Mr. Aiden, and I was told on a daily basis just how, quote, mad whack I truly was. I also learned fun words like brains, which mean blowjobs, mad brick. Of course, he's got to put something sexual in here, right? He couldn't have just used other words, but I digress. Mad brick, which means cold, bang on him, which means beat him up, and on dogs, which means I'm serious. I left fanning bilingual. Like, gross, dude. Fucking gross. That's just gross. Disgusting. It's just, to me, I'm like reading this shit and I'm like, in what world? In what fucking world? You're talking about not lying and all he does is lie. It's kind of, he says that he taught his students this is what he says. Kids who were used to getting A's and B's were shocked to see they had a D on their first test because how much writing there was. I didn't expect kids to tell me all the acronyms Franklin Roosevelt created in the New Deal. Instead, I expected them to explain the effect they had on employment and the pros and cons of a large government safety net and how the New Deal manifests itself in our modern society. I expected them to formulate their own opinions, which I purposely made sure not to influence, so that they could be more civically engaged, which I find extremely funny because he does not foster any sort of place where people could have their own opinions at all. Basically saying he was a hard ass as a teacher, and the kids who got, A's and B's got D's in his class. Probably because they didn't give him the correct opinion that he wanted. Whether he wants to recognize it or not are two different things. But you clearly were looking for your right version of the opinion, sir. And you do not foster an environment where opinions are welcome. That's for damn sure. I mean, everyone on planet Earth can see that. Come on, man. Why would money. That's the only reason. Money is really why, Well, they won't. It's sad. I do think that people are waking up, but it's sad, Right? I mean, if I was Brian Walshe, I'd be fucking embarrassed, just saying. Like, well, that is the mentality. If I have to suffer, so do you. That's a lot of the shit, right? I mean, his language is deplorable. I mean, not that, I drop a lot of F-bombs. I say a lot of, swears, but other than that, you're right, Space Ghost. A real journalist would have moved on to another case. I mean, since Karen Reed, I've done multiple other cases. But since the Karen Reed story brings income in, he will hang on till she shakes her coat out. Well, that's the problem, is he's making more content out of distracting her. Now it's only a matter of time before he ultimately turns on her and tries a deal. That's my opinion, They just, it's just constant. You know what I mean? Constant. And that's the opposite of what he said on his YouTube show. He said he made his kids A's and B students. Yeah, well, guess what? He has it here written in his book that that's not what he gave people. So this is what I mean. He can't even remember what lies he put in his own book. Come on, man. Come on. This is just crazy. I can't. I wasn't afraid to give them a bad grade, regardless of whether or not it hurt their feelings. My reputation in Shepherd Hills was that I was a hard ass. Like, okay, good, cool. They took multiple choice tests their entire lives because it was the MCAS generation, and consequently, they didn't know how to communicate effectively in writing, which I don't believe to be true. I think they knew how to effectively communicate in writing. Like, come on now, Kids who were used to getting A's and B's were shocked to see they had a D on their first test because of how much writing there was. Like, come on. They didn't give you your opinion. And if you don't agree with his opinion, we know how he reacts. You know what I mean? We watched debates when they happened. He's talking about politics debates. Why are you watching debates as a history teacher? Like, yes, you're a history teacher, but your job isn't to have them watch debates from right now. That's more like politics right now. And I would not want my child's history teacher making them watch debates. I want that stuff away from my kids until they're old enough to start, engaging in it on their own. Just saying. Like, I can't tell you how many kids bombed their first test but quickly responded by figuring out what it was I was looking for. And there it is, folks. And there it is. Before leaving Shepherd Hill, I compiled a document of some of the craziest emails I ever received from parents. I'll share some of my favorites with you now so you can have a better understanding of what teachers go through. Now, I'm just going to point out most teachers do not get crazy emails like this. Let's be honest here. You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest. All names of students have been changed. This one came from a parent who didn't think her daughter should have to be in a class with a student who had Asperger's. Okay, well, first of all, this isn't the full email. So clearly he's pulling clips out of it because it starts as far as. So he's pulling clips out, not the whole context. As far as that other child in your class goes, I'm very well aware of what has been going on. Chelsea is very open with us at home and really has no patience at all for that kind of inappropriate behavior. Quite honestly, I don't think she should have to deal with it either. For your added information, the same boy on a daily basis has been requesting Chelsea as a friend on MySpace, which Chelsea denies every time. He then keeps asking her, why won't she accept him as a friend, and says, I promise I won't be a stalker. I'm sure that Chelsea is not the only person in your class that this child is affecting. Maybe this child needs to be put into a special needs class so you can teach your class appropriately. Now, what is wrong, right, with the parent pointing out that maybe the other student, if behaving inappropriately, needs a more thorough class where they can address those special needs in a different way? And that to him read like this person's mad because the other kid in their class has Asperger's. That's not how that read at all. Not even a little bit. But do you see the way his mind works? Like, do you see in the way his mind twists things so that they're not recognizable? That's not how that read at all. That was a concerned parent of the behavior of another child, regardless of what they have. And maybe the school needed to move that other child into a class where they could more deal with the needs of that child and not into a regular class that was disrupting numerous children. What would you have that parent say? Fuck it, that child has, listen, I have a nephew with autism, right? I have a sister-in-law with Down syndrome, right? My very own sister has the mentality of a child, okay, with her AP deletion. So sometimes they need to be in different classes that can deal with their disability and their behaviors. Like, that's just the truth, right? It's just the truth. And so that's not how this read to me at all. I know, MySpace. I remember MySpace too. But that's not how it read to me at all. Not even a little bit. It read like a parent who was having concerning things happen with their child and this other student, and rightly pointed out that maybe this other student needs better one-on-one class time. Because no, you cannot constantly be friend requesting somebody and making an appropriate
You are unmuted.
And maybe there's a better setting for that, right? But that's not how he read it. It's not how he wanted to portray it. Even though you can read this yourself, he wanted to portray it in a completely different light than what it actually is. What I can read and what you can read in black and white. And that is what he does. Portray something in a twisted, weird way, and then forces people to choke down and believe the way that he wants you to see it as. See?
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
I didn't watch it. I'm sorry. I didn't even know he was on last night. Like I said, I had a wicked bad migraine, so I didn't watch it. I intend on going back and watching it, or even trying to watch a little bit on my phone while we're doing this too. I heard Meredith talked. I saw her comment when I was showing you guys that clip that she had talked. Maybe on Mike's show or maybe on LTL's. Maybe it was Mike's. I couldn't tell by the way the comment was written.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing,
I got a
at
double.
one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
Correct.
that's correct.
And she was telling you that
Hold on.
Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
Hold on.
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
That's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again?
I'm
Thank you.
getting a double sound. Hold on.
And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
is-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that
That's
she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing. No,
You said the night was joyful.
that's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed
okay.
happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So,
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let me
she,
just stop you
yeah,
for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes,
And I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
you said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that
Okay.
point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walshe, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was,
you brought pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with them on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
jovial, as full of hope. And on
I-
your
I'm not
earlier
sure-
before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days
I'm
prior.
gonna stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand
course,
that I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods to
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you.
And our community had not been, correct, we had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay,
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
so let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let me
thank you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes,
of your good friends
yes,
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
yes,
the mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex?
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why
recall.
don't we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, If I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
When you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that. Let's try that question again.
So, sir, I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
Sorry, guys, I conspiracy used the bathroom for a second.
What I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay.
on the 29th,
Yes.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
And Your Honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
It's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Your Honor, move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll
we can
strike the
set that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th.
Yeah.
What did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Chime.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the, Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrenna.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time, just watch your step. Let's see. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure. Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how, in that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
How long so you can have the thumb drive mark next to the drive?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Too late. Too late.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police,
And so then you look up the item number?
looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
In good faith?
Thinks
Yes.
he's
You
Dexter.
send this over to the police in January
Right.
2023.
yes.
We were talking about that yesterday.
You have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
I probably did
The
mute
sheet
for a
that
second.
corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261.
You may.
Thank you.
He wasn't very good
Looking
at
at
the
the
crime.
top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom?
Did he round up this time, guys,
Actually,
for
stay right
charity?
there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
Arm and
That
Hammer?
is a 12-pound bag of baking soda, was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of
12-pound
baking soda?
bag.
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds PM.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54,
And was it cash or charge?
cash.
He rounded
Nothing
up on
further
the
on.
last one. Gave 47 cents to charity to feed the hunger while he was buying
And a
things
cross.
to dismember his wife. Guy's a
The
super
witness may
genius.
sit down.
Thank you.
If you read the guy's Google searches, you would have been like, wow, dumbest criminal ever. Yeah, a cash. He thought that wasn't going to be, traced and all. Yeah, Google for dummies is exactly what he is. The Google searches are so bad.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Callie Roy, Paleo Logos.
What? There's a lot of names. I did not even catch those names. Hey, why are we freezing? What's happening? It's not me. That's them.
Do you
Yep.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be
The
seated.
Beatles called. They want their hair back. I'm sorry. I had to say it. It just looks like that. Don't come for me.
Just-
Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. Okay. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Palailogos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
25 cameras.
507.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive.
Why are there so many of you on X?
No objection.
426 of you.
It will be marked and admitted into evidence
to
now as
YouTube.
262.
It's like 426 people watching us from X. Like, no, move to YouTube. Move from X
Your Honor, with
to
the court's
YouTube.
permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms.
Long
Gilman.
for hugs. Longer.
In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Miss Gilman is a rock star, this lady. How many trials we watched with Miss Gilman in it? Poor Miss Gilman. Those are all the searches that he made. These are the real searches that he made. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body, and he actually used a hacksaw. These are his real Google searches.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. That can happen with your surveillance sometimes.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
I was going to say,
Witness
what
may
is there
step down. Thank
to
you, ma'am.
cross exactly? I condemn these terms. They're for the devil. Gotta get some sage out and shit. Sage some shit. Yeah, they're busy. They got
Now be
lots
a
of
good
other
time
shit to
to
do.
break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Guantanamo doesn't sound fun. I heard bad things happen at Guantanamo. They take you from Guantanamo and they bring you to a CIA black site, torture you. I know you are. We mess around a lot here. If you didn't notice. I mean, look at the guy. Look at him. This is your famous Google searcher, folks. Oh, I'm so uncomfortable today.
Be seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
I do need to discuss that lady's hair. I do. I need to discuss that. That is a discussable thing. please, for the love of God, when I get older, do not let me do things like that haircut. Okay? I'm counting on you guys to not allow me to do things like the haircut. All right? Because I'm telling you, the Beatles would call me and ask for it back too. All right? I'm just saying. I don't look good in short hair anyway. But, I mean, that thing was like framed, like straight all the way around. Well, it is lunch break now, for them at least, not for us. I know, I couldn't help it. Don't let me do it, though. Don't let me. I mean, to be fair, I do shed a lot of hair when I brush my hair. Like a lot. Like a lot. Because I have such long hair. It's just like in a ponytail, if you go down my back, it's literally almost to my butt. When it's down, it's touching my butt. I will not make it spicy short. I could never do short in general. It would look ridiculous on me. Ridiculous. Hello, Tom. Usually you guys, I keep my chat on members only because we deal with a lot of the trolls from the sewer turtle. And so I forgot to do that today. And it's actually a wonderful surprise, at least for most of you. Most of you who have popped in, it's been a wonderful surprise that I didn't have to have it on subscribers only. Not members only, subscribers only. Mine's thin too now. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but I promise you it is. It's like half as thin as what it used to be, for sure. But it's still crazy long, right? Right? Christmas miracle, Christmas surprise, the ghost of Christmas past. Jinx, God damn it. God damn it. So I went back and I listened to that portion of Mike's show from last night. Well done, Mike. Well done, my friend. Well frickin' done. It's pretty good. My phone's vibrating. Please hold while the Nextel subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Does anybody remember that? Back when we had Nextels and we were like cool kids and whatnot? It was like inside your pocket, flipped around. Like so that this part was on the outside and the other part was on like the phone was on the inside. Yeah, I had one of those Nextels. I did. You would call and be like, please hold while the Nextel subscriber you are trying to reach is located. Remember dropping them off of a very steep ladder to see if they would break because they told us they wouldn't break? Whatever happened to Nextels, okay? Bring them back. I feel like that's something. I mean, you have things like bell bottoms that come back. Leggings came back. Why can't we get Nextels back? Can we not get the Nextels back? For the love of God, bring us the Nextels. I mean, just saying. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can send over. Okay. Right? I loved my Nextel. Bring it back to me. I loved my Nextel. I had the black one, the original one, and then remember when they let you take the front faceplate off? Oh yeah. The first time that came out, I got that, and I put the pink faceplate on the front. You guys know pink's my favorite color. Obviously. And yeah, I loved my Nextel. Oh, my BlackBerry. I also had a Kick. You guys remember the Sidekick? I'd open up like this and have the keyboard. Oh yeah, I had a Sidekick. I loved my Kick. I'm just saying the beep beep, right? The only downfall of that was when you had it and someone was actively alerting you and you were ignoring them. You'd have to clear the alert, and so they would know you were ignoring them. That's the only downfall, right? I loved my Sidekick, not even gonna lie. Right? An indestructible Nokia. My first phone was a Nokia. And I could play, what was that game with the snake and you like eat things and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That was like the only game it held on it. Although at least with the Nokia, you could take the faceplates off. And I remember the first one my dad bought me was like this lightning thing. It was like blue and it had like lightning all over it. And it was like so cool at that age. And so I put the new faceplates on the front of my Nokia. Yeah, back when the only game on the phone was Snake. Snake. That's what that was the only game, Snake. It's the only game I had on my Nokia back then. But I remember my Sidekick well. My Sidekick and my My Nextel came when I was a little bit older. Oh my God, a razor. I had a pink razor. All right. I had a pink razor. I was very proud of it because it was bright, 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 bright pink. Like brighter than when I'm like bright like this color pink. I loved my my razor phone. So slim, not like what we got now. I mean, you think back, you think about the big ass cell phones back in the day that were like this big, and it was a car phone, what my grandparents called a car phone, right? And they had to like plug it in the car and they could talk on it. And then we go down to these tiny little phones, like little razors, and Sidekick wasn't even that big. It was probably like this, right? And now look at the goddamn phones now. They're huge, huge. I mean, I get it, better tech, but still, can we make them just a smidgen smaller? I mean, this thing is pretty big. Hello? Somebody get my shoe phone for me? It's like as big as a shoe. Like, what? Calling you on my shoe phone. Hello, Moto. my phone still has that ringtone that you can opt to use. The Hello Moto song. Although I do not use it, obviously. It's mostly on vibrate. Otherwise, you guys would go nuts because my phone notifications go off like crazy. Side flip phone. Do you guys remember that? It wasn't that long ago they had the folding phone, like folds, like in a like 4 or something, like crazy. Yes, the bag phone. My grandparents had the bag phone. I feel like I should be breaking out in like Erykah Badu Bag Lady or something. Bag Lady, you gonna miss your bus. It's your bag phone. Z Fold, that's what it's called. I never got one, but I found it to be interesting. That's what I had. I had a razor flip phone. It was pink. I loved it. They all glitch out, or there's something. I feel like they make them nowadays so that it lasts for like a year, and then after that it starts glitching out and freezing, and oh, your memory's full, and you have to replace it. Like I feel like they do that on purpose. Oh my God, that's a rotary phone clapping. That's a rotary phone. Do you remember you would dial the rotary phone, right? And then you would like fuck up a number and you'd like, fuck, you gotta shut the whole thing off and start again, like all over again. And you make the same mistake again. And you're like, oh, I want to throw this thing out a window. And you just slam the thing down and pick it back up, dial the rotary again. Oh my God, yes, I had one of those we had a house phone like that where you could see all of the inside parts of it. It was obnoxious. You could see the red wire. The red wire sticks out the most. You could see the red wire and then the yellow wire through the phone. Psst, we are old, all right? We are old. I'm not that old, but I definitely feel old. That's for sure. I have a 21-year-old. I have to feel old. There's no way to not feel old. You have a 21-year-old. Come on now. The Telegraph. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one. I do not remember. Oh my God, having to pay for ringtones. Oh, that brings me back. You put on the most gangster song for your ringtone ever, or something hilarious when your parents called, like, who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Then they came up with those, you're not allowed to, where it'll say like, your mother's calling, do not answer, it's your mother calling. Can't stand you. Hilarious. I remember floppy disks. I'm old enough to remember floppy disks. One of my first computers that my grandmother from Florida got me and my brother had a freaking floppy disk in it. All right. I'll never forget that dumb computer because my brother like didn't know how to use it, but wanted to like just always be using it. And I'm like, you don't even know how to use it. He just wanted to like sit in front of it and press the keys. That's all he wanted to do. And back then, like, you think my keys are, no, the keys back then were way clickier. Click, 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 click. It's terrible. So terrible. Nowadays, you can get those things that go over your keyboard that don't make them as bad. You know, they have different colors or whatever. Actually, funny enough, this, you guys remember this, the cloud wrist guard thing that I got? My middle daughter wants for Christmas, she wants the white version, but she wants this, but it comes with the mouse pad and something else. And I'm like, of course you do. Of course you do. Ring back tones where people would call and they would hear a whole song. Totally not set up for anything professional if you're playing things like Many Men by 50 Cent as your ringback tone. Whatever happened to bring back tones? I feel like we should bring those back. That's another thing. Can we get those back? Can we get the ringback tones back? I mean, I bet that could, it's probably like, what do you call that? What do people do? They do like an entire live stream and like on like just noises. What is that called? I know you guys know what I'm talking about. They probably do that. They probably use keyboard noises and people use it to go fall asleep, right? I remember cassettes. I didn't have 8 tracks. I'm not old enough to remember 8 tracks. I'm only 39, but I do remember my dad talking about 8 tracks. I remember cassettes, so I made many mixtapes on those. Many a mixtape. Remember when a mixtape was like the cool thing to do? You would give it to like the girl or the guy that you had a crush on, like, here, I'm gonna do this mixtape, all right? You're gonna love this mixtape. And then when we got a little older, you could burn it on a CD. And you were like, now I can burn it on a CD from Napstar and LimeWire. I have burned you this CD. I mean, my friends' kids think I'm cool too, so hey, it is. Right? Oh, gee, my friend. Bear Share. I forgot about that one. Wow. I mean, all of them. I think LimeWire got like sued or something. They had to like completely shut down after a while. But I had 8 tracks. People said my dad used to always talk about 8 tracks. And remember, though, my mom had me when she was young, kind of like I had my oldest daughter when I was young. So my parents weren't. You know, my dad died in his early 40s, but my dad would only be in his 50s right now, 50s, 60s, almost 60s. So late 50s. He'd be in his late 50s now if he was still alive. So, I mean, I'm 39. So it's not that big of a gap. When voicemail came out, I had a job where I spoke those voicemail prompts that you hear. When you press any button, press 1 for them. Oh, God, I hated those. Press 1 for the main office. Press 2 for the CEO. Press 3 for Nancy Smith. Like, oh, my God, you poor thing. You did not have to sit in the closet and record those. I always wondered, like, who's the asshole in the office that actually has to sit there and record those? And do they have to change them monthly, daily, or weekly? I always thought about that. Like, who was the poor person that they made do this? And did they do it willingly is the question. I had Verizon for a number of years, until my Nana died back in early January 2018. I had Verizon. We all had like a family plan. And then when she passed away, we changed that family plan to our own separate plans at that point. But I mean, I always wondered, did they put like did they put like numbers in a hat and they were like, whoever pulls the short straw is gonna have to, record the fucking press 1. My friend Lou, he now does music. He's the one who like makes the music for people like Justin Bieber, and he's had a couple top songs with Justin Bieber and Rihanna. And but back in the day, he was just Lou, right? And he used to do the frigging movie phone guy. You guys remember the movie phone guy? Press 1 to hear all the movie times. He did that voice perfectly. You would have not known it was him and not movie phone. Yeah, they won't even let you do that anymore. Some places you can't say operator, customer service. You can't press 0. It won't let you skip the prompts anymore, which is so obnoxious. Hey, companies, by the way, we don't like it, all right? We think it's stupid. It's annoying. It's a waste of our time. Let us just get to the place we need to be by skipping your dumbass prompts, all right? For fuck's sake. I hate those things. They drive me nuts. I hate calling a company that I have to talk to and sitting through 8 minutes of prompts that mean nothing because I still have to talk to a customer service representative. Shit drives me bananas. I would rather listen to Turtle Boy 7 days a week than fucking sit on the line having to call a company, and I can't. I want to gouge my eardrums out every time it happens. Can't. Yeah, main menu. You're screaming at the thing like main menu, main fucking menu. God damn it. When I'm really mad, I still try. You're screaming at the thing like customer service, representative, like operator. It's like any of the words that can trigger it to go where you want it to fucking go. Oh, that shit drives me nuts. Like, yeah, I could find it online, but I looked, and it wasn't there, so now I need to speak to your fucking boss, okay? If I wanted to go online, I would not have called you, all right? Also, I'm going to take the time out of my day if I know the number and I can just call you and you can tell me the answer. It's your job. You get paid for it. Like, or they tell you can find it online, and then you get off the phone and you go and it's not on there at all. There is nothing remotely even close to it. And now you're like, and now I got to call you back. Who's paying me for my time? Should I send a bill? Nancy? Like, Nancy from customer service? You want to answer my question? Should I send a bill? Oh, I still yell at it. Dude, I yell at it. I yell at it. I'm like, customer service! Agent! Like, you try to say it more clear so the thing picks it up. And because I have a Boston accent, sometimes it doesn't always pick up what I want it to. And I'm like, customer service. Instead of screaming customer service. Doesn't sound so good in a Boston accent. So you try to make it clearer. You're like, agent. Pick up. God damn it. So annoying. Oh, God. Sometimes technology can be obnoxious, and at the same time, sometimes it can just make it better. I always used to say to my best friend, God rest her soul, if we could figure out a way to get a machine to fold people's laundry for them, we would be fucking rich. And the same thing with washing dishes. If we could figure out a robot that does this, just press its button, boop, and it just folds all the laundry and puts it away, or washes all your dishes, kind of like the robot from the Jetsons, we'd be rich. We'd be ultimately rich. It doesn't, right? You have New York, so I get it. Are you screaming into the phone? Doesn't work. They don't like us. They want us to sit through 8 minutes of their dumb prompts. Because you want to know why. It's they want to make you hang up and give up. I will not give up. I know your game, Comcast. I know your game. I will not hang up. I'm trying to pay my stupid bill for the Wi-Fi. My bill for the Wi-Fi is due like on the 26th or 7th, something like that. And I'm like trying to pay it. And it's telling me I don't have an Xfinity account. And I'm like, what the actual is going on? It's like the app is glitching out, telling me I don't own an account. Although it's showing me all of my account details. It's showing me my bill, my account details. And at this point, I am freaking enraged at this point. I'm like, is this real life? So I called them on the phone, right? And the people on the phone are like, oh yeah, you need to talk to this certain department, right? So they send me to this certain department. And the certain department I get to is like, no, see, we can't help you. That you gotta hang up, recall that number you already called, and they gotta give you to this other special department. So I do. And I tell them everything that just happened. And what do? Send me right back to the same goddamn 3 times before I'm at this point being like, give me a fucking supervisor before I blow a fucking gasket. All right. Stop sending me back to the same fucking people that can't help me fix my problem. I just want to pay my bill. That's it. That's all I want to do. I want to pay my bill. And they're telling me they can't do it right there over the phone in that department. They need to do it in this other department. And I'm like, this is what it takes to pay a bill now? Because the app is glitching out and telling me I don't have an account while it's showing me all my goddamn account details. So what? Like what? Yeah, that's when I want to throw my phone at a wall. Mm-hmm. Yep, sure is. Oh, I do that too. I'll just keep hanging up and hitting a button until someone answers. I'll go 1 through 9 until someone picks up. And then I'm like, okay, cool. You picked up. Oh, you're not the right department. That's okay because I've called every other number and no one's picking me up. So can you please send me over to someone who's going to talk to me and help me fix this problem? I don't care. I'll do it until I get somebody to fix the goddamn problem. I don't give up that easy. Oh my God, that one drives me nuts. Please listen carefully as the menu options have changed. Like, we don't need to know that your menu options have changed. We just need to know where to press 0. Talk to your rep or your operator. I will. I'll just keep calling back. I don't give a shit. I'm relentless. If I need a problem fixed and you guys' app is glitching out, we're going to have beef. All right. Or maybe I start a Twitter war with you and I start tweeting. Companies don't like that. Here's a fun fact for all of you. If a company you call is giving you a hard time and like the rep is telling you things like, well, we can't do that, man. And you know damn well they can because they've done it before. and they won't give you a supervisor because they like to play that game too. Well, no one's available. Well, we don't have a supervisor. Oh, you don't have a boss? That's interesting. So what I'll do in the last ditch resort is I will literally go on Twitter and I will tweet out at the company. Then I will go into all of their comments where they tweeted and make comments on their Twitter. Why? Because they can hide them, but they can't delete them. So it's not Facebook. They can't delete the comments. So that sort of forces them into a position where they have to help you and figure out the effing problem. Otherwise, everyone else is seeing this not so good stuff that they're doing and may deter them from working with said company. So oftentimes they will DM you on Twitter and actually help fix the goddamn problem. It's a fun fact for all of you. Oh, no, they're not ever with my doctor's office is not within walking distance either. Yeah, good luck if we get through and good luck if we wait 30, 40 minutes to get in to see the doctor, you know, and if you're late 5 minutes, they won't see you. But if you get there 20 minutes early, you're still waiting another 45 to be seen by said doctor. It's amazing, right? You too, clapping. Nice to meet you, my friend. Also, for all of you who are new here, I guess, there's a bunch of different ways you can help support the channel. You can hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Those are free. You can hit the share button. That's also free. And there's other ways you can help out my very teeny tiny channel. We're growing, you know, slowly but surely, but there are other ways like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, Super Chat, Super Sticker. You might want to get your membership though. We are having a members only pajama party on Christmas Eve and you got to have your membership. So all of you guys who are over on X right now, the 462 of you watching on X, my live stream will not pop up on Christmas Eve for you because it's only going to be members only on YouTube. So it will not pop up on X, just so you guys are aware. I go deep in that. I go on LinkedIn and look up, oh, I've done that. I've looked up the CEO, the CFO, their emails, their phone numbers. Like if I need to, and I'm like, I've been a volunteer advocate for 18 years. So if I need to help someone do something and I'm not getting answers from the company or the entity, the government entity I need to, I will literally go all the way up the chain and I'll start at the top and I'll call every goddamn number until one of those motherfuckers answers me. I'll even call the press office like, hey, cool, I'm going to do a live stream on this. So do you have any comment on the reason why you are ignoring this, 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 and this? And usually they will answer at that point. Yep. Believe me, I do the same thing because if it's a situation where it's time sensitive or something like that for someone, like I'm not playing fuck games. You know what I mean? Did you see the guy who made a song after an airline broke his guitar and wouldn't do anything about it? United breaks guitars. No, I didn't. I heard about it, but then I never remembered to go back and listen to the actual song that the guy made about the guitar. It just like, until you just said that, I didn't even think of it. I mean, but that's my point, right? If they think you're going to do, you know, talk about it, it's going to lose them money if they're not going to fix the problem. And here's an idea. If there are people who were competent and just answered the phone and fixed the problem, you wouldn't have to do any of that. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have to call their company or call higher ups. You can just fix it within it's out of touch is what it is at this point, you know? And cool. Wicked random comments that have nothing to do with anything. Cool, we'll take it. We'll take it for 700, Alex. Oh. Right, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to pull up. As we know, lunch is an hour, so what is it, 1:24? What's happening right now? My computer's in slow motion today. You know, I find it funny that some of these people continuously defend the indefensible. Oh, this is an interesting one. Read us a book, read us a book. I got something better. I got something better than the book. What is this? Hold on. So Aiden's still crying about not getting a thank you from Karen. And hey, standing. Meredith put up a tweet. It says, "This is the Mandela effect. He rewrote history, which he often does. And now his followers repeat the lie that Karen never said thank you. It's manipulation, nothing more, enough is enough." Right? And so it's a clip of like her saying thank you and then him repeating that, she never said thank you. And it's sort of showing the hypocrisy of him. This entire book he wrote is hypocrisy. The entire thing. All right. And I have written, I've noted in said book many parts that are, blatant, clear lies, or the way he tries to manipulate, or just hypocrisy in general. He talks about like Facebook censoring him and how it's horrible and terrible and how they've censored him. All the platforms have censored him. YouTube has, shut him down. Like, yeah, bro, because you can't use mobs of people to harass other people. That's against terms of service. When you use these things, they have this thing called terms of service that you agree to abide by their rules, not your rules, but their rules. And so then you want to cry about it when they tell you, no, that's abusive behavior, sir. How many times in one person's life do you think they have to be called a narcissist before they start maybe figuring out that they might have something wrong with them? Right? Because he spends a lot of time telling people how he's not a narcissist. Not a narcissist. The last time I heard the thing, he said, "I'm not a narcissist because I'm insecure, and narcissists aren't insecure," which is blatantly false. Narcissists are by design very insecure, extremely insecure. So I find it hilariously funny. There was a tweet that Meredith made 3 hours ago, and it says, "Chelsea acting confused about why her May 18th like matters is adorable. My post screenshot 1 that she liked was about a fundraiser dinner with me and Aiden while she was sexting him. Screenshot 2. Days later, she was in my inbox obsessing over a friend request like a psycho. Screenshot 3. So yes, Chelsea, it's relevant when you're liking posts that show we were together while you were sneaking around with him, especially when you spent 2 weeks throwing tantrums over a friend request. Make it make sense." Oh boy. Nobody owes him shit. That's the thing. No one owes him shit, but again, by design, narcissists think that everyone owes them. They owe him everything. Everyone owes him everything. Everyone owes him a pat on the back. That's why he has to tell everybody how amazing and awesome he is all the time. I don't know anyone else that needs to tell everybody how awesome and amazing they are and all of the things that they're awesome and amazing at every day. You might mention the things that you've done or experiences you've had. That's normal. But constantly saying, "I'm the center of the world. I'm the center of the attention. I'm the best ever. If I'm the most entertaining person in the entire universe." Like, what? That's the delusions of grandeur, my friends. And Turtle Boy might have the definition one day with a picture of him next to the word narcissist. It all comes. Yeah, he's a hero in his own mind. We all know that. That's not anything that we don't already know. It's what's sad to see, though, is that we have his, what you call turtle writers, right? That will believe any ridiculous, nonsensical thing that he says. It doesn't matter if he just contradicted himself 5 seconds ago. It doesn't matter if someone else drops the receipts that he's a liar in his own text messages saying the opposite of what he just told his audience. He just gaslights them more. Like, that's not what you saw. She cherry-picked that when that's exactly what he does. He'll make them believe, he'll twist it and make them believe that they're being manipulated by the person telling the truth and that he is the ultimate victim. Nobody ever noticed that he's always the victim? Nobody ever noticed that he's constantly blaming everyone else? Come on. I mean, clinical diagnosis of what? Of a narcissist? Actually, I could probably give you the traits right now. You guys are going to love this too. we go. Matter of fact, let me bring this up on the screen for all of you. Just so you know, the turtle riders who are hate watching in the background, they can see this with their own eyeballs. Because we have quite a few of them that just watch me, which is interesting to me because I can never sit there and watch hours of somebody I don't like. That's just fucking weird, right? Traits of a narcissist. Lack of empathy. Okay? Lack of empathy. It's a defining trait of a narcissist. They battle to comprehend or care about other people's feelings. Shocker, right? Shocker. Grandiose feelings. Here it is, folks. Narcissistic person may exhibit grandiosity or a sense of superiority, extreme self-focus. It's one of the most common traits of narcissism. Grandiose self or self-importance. As narcissists often believe they are superior to others. Isn't that amazing? It's more than arrogance or selfishness. In the worst cases, people with NPD may struggle with feelings of failure or rejection. Shocker, right? They exploit others for their own gain. Gee, I don't know. Gee. Interpersonality exploitive for their own gain. Arrogant, lack of empathy, must be admired, envious of others, or believe that others are envious of them. You know? So you would put your email if you set up your PayPal. So whatever email you used for your PayPal, that's the email that you would give to people to send for your PayPal. Now, PayPal also allows you to set up a link, kind of like I did for people to use with credit or debit cards. But all you have to provide people is the email that you used to set up your PayPal. And then people can, in turn, use that email and they punch it into PayPal, and that is how they find it. So, for instance, mine right here is eWin, right? It says PayPal, ewin86@gmail.com. All they have to do is punch in my email, and then they can enter any amount they want, and they can write a little note if they want. They can write like, "Hey, I want to remain anonymous," which is what some people do. I don't read people's like regular names anyway. And then they can enter any amount, and it'll go right to your PayPal as long as you provide them with the correct email. So I hope that helps. If you're trying to do it like on the top of your YouTube page, what you do is you sign in to your PayPal, and then you copy and paste the URL at the top, like the www.paypal.com/whatever, and you copy and paste that from the top into your, like YouTube will show you like where you can add what says links. You can add that link right in there. So I made a nickname or something at Peggy Hill 2000. So they would need whatever email you use. So whatever at Gmail, whatever at AOL, like whatever one you use to sign into your PayPal, that's the email they need to be able to send money to you if they so choose on your channel. Your name won't like matter. Like whatever name you made, you're probably gonna have to make a, unless you're doing it via company, you have to put your real name in there anyway. Mine's under my sole proprietor, but just your email should be just fine. Sense of entitlement. Sense of entitlement. A gross sense of entitlement. A gross sense of entitlement is one of the main defining traits of a narcissist. They believe they're far superior, as we know, right? And entitled to everything and anything, that they don't have to earn anything, that everyone should just give it to them, right? The DSM-5, which is literally the book that describes all the traits of mental illness, describes entitled behavior as unreasonably expecting special treatment or compliance. Gee, I don't know, does he ask that everyone comply to being so loyal to him that they bash other people just on his word? Oh yeah, they do, that's right. Exploiting people, of course. Exploitative behavior. According to the DSM-5, it's common for people with narcissistic personality disorder to take advantage of other people for selfish reasons. Interpersonality, exploitative behavior, lack of empathy, envy of others, or a belief that others are envious of them. Demonstration of arrogant. Yeah, DSM-5 is very interesting when I had it for, oh my God, there's so many. Arrogance, aggression, extreme self-focus. Gee. No boundaries. Common trait seen in narcissism, little regard for personal boundaries. They invade personal space, demand attention at inappropriate times. Inflated sense of self, of self-worth, blatant lack of empathy or boundaries. avoidance coping. In psychology, avoidance coping is coping mechanism and form of avoidance. It's characterized by a person's efforts, conscious or unconscious, to avoid dealing with a stressor in order to protect oneself from the difficulties the stressor presents, i.e., lying to the world about wiretapping someone and blaming everyone else so that no one else finds out. So you can avoid the consequences of doing that criminal action and just blame someone else, therefore avoiding it. Literally. Sense of entitlement, exploiting people, of course, grandiosity, arrogant, haughty behaviors and attitudes, being insensitive, fragile self-esteem, right? Willingness to exploit others, difficulty taking criticism. If anybody gives him any criticism, he tells people to go die in a hole. In case anybody remembered, we have somebody here that he told that to, right? Go die in a hole because you didn't do what I wanted or you gave me a little criticism that was actually not mean or rude or ignorant in any way. Any little tiny bit of criticism, he tells people to go die in a hole. Excessive need for admiration. Gee, I don't know. He needs people to admire him 24/7? Yep. Sounds about right. Constantly. Arrogance. Check. Sense of self-superiority. Check. Frequent envy. Feeling envious of others, especially when others are successful, expecting envy from others, belittling or diminishing the achievements of others. He does this a lot. I remember the one time he got super pissed that I showed him the screen. God forbid I show him the screen of people who are watching. And it was like 1,500 or something. And he got so mad about that. Like, bro, what are you so mad about? That's weird. That's a weird thing to be mad about, you weirdo. Controlling behavior. Yeah, gee, you don't see any of that on a daily basis with this man. Manipulative behavior. Deep-seated fear of loss or rejection, which can influence many of their controlling and manipulative behaviors. They can be extremely manipulative and controlling. While they may do it with charm, it says. Interesting. Identity disturbance or identity diffusion is an inability to maintain major components of identity. It refers to the fragmentation of one's self-image. In the DSM-5, identity disturbance is defined as a distinctly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. Attention seeking. You can check that one off without even talking about it. Difficulty with attachment and dependency. Well, I think we can check that one off safely as well. Gee, I don't know, checks off all the boxes. How about the traits of a narcissist? Interesting, huh? That's quite interesting. What is the number one narcissist trait? Gross sense of entitlement. They're far superior to others and deserving of special treatment. Inflated belief leads most narcissists to believe that their needs should be met without question. Right? I mean, not disagree with any of these because you can't. You literally can't with him, unfortunately. I love how he tells people, you know, I'm not a narcissist. I mean, I've never had to say I'm not a narcissist. That's fucking weird. I've also never been called a narcissist, so maybe there's that. It's insane to me that anybody could disagree with any of these traits when it comes to dating. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I'm sure anybody who's, yeah, it's never him, it's everybody else, always, right? He's got to play victim. I mean, he's still trying to go to police stations and have people charged, i.e. his ex-girlfriend now, with crimes that he goes to them and claims that she made. Because this is what he does when he breaks up with someone and they drop receipts and they defend themselves and they show what's happening. He tries to have them charged. He just admitted recently that he did it with Lindsay because out of spite. Yep, he did it out of spite. So you wasted the resources of the police and everyone else. And he says, and it didn't go anywhere. No shit, it didn't go anywhere. Do you know why it didn't go anywhere? It didn't go anywhere because there was no crime. You know? I don't disagree that he probably has more than one issue. Explosive personality, maybe bipolar. Yeah, funny enough. Want to see the traits of a cult leader? They are very similar. Narcissism and grandiosity. That's the first one. Inflated self. Charisma and superficial charm. Excellent social skills used to attract and captivate followers, making them seem insightful or special. Lack of empathy and exploitation. An inability to genuinely care for others, leading to ruthless manipulation and using people for personal power, money, or sex. Authoritarianism, demanding unquestioning obedience, intolerant of dissent, and creating a rigid top-down structure. Gee. Isolation, fostering fear of the outside world, conspiracies, or impending doom to sever ties with family and friends, increasing dependence on the group. Control of information, restricting access to outside news and critical perspectives, presenting themselves as the sole source of truth. Gee, where have we heard that before? Oh, that's Turtle Boy, that's right, I forgot. Radical teachings and or ideology, developing unique or countercultural beliefs, spiritual, political, or personal development that promise salvation, enlightenment, or freedom. Yep, you will watch this and like it. You will send money to me even if and he's literally said, someone send a super chat, and he's told him to die in a hole. And then he said, and you'll keep sending money to me, and you'll keep watching, and you'll do it, and you'll smile. Like, who the fuck talks like that to someone who is supporting them? That is crazy to me. You know? Yeah, this is the guy who couldn't find his goddamn shoe. Like, antisocial traits, often linked to antisocial personality disorder. Showing disregard for rules and others' rights. Gee, I don't know where we're seeing that happening right now. Committing crimes while you're out on bail is definitely smart. How they operate. Dark triad traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, manipulation, and psychopathy, lack of empathy are common. Psychological manipulation. Using guilt, fear, love bombing, and gaslighting to control members' thoughts and behaviors. Gee, that couldn't get more accurate if we tried. Creating a, quote, surrogate family, fulfilling unmet needs for belonging, purpose, and love, making followers feel chosen and unique, which is why they do what they do. That is exactly why they do what they do to other people. The cult leader says, with his dog whistle, I'm going to say this person's name and where they live, and it's their job to then go and retaliate against that person he doesn't like now. It's how it has been for 10 plus years. Anybody not seeing it at this point, I really honestly feel sad for. I do, because I feel like it's one more person that's going to be caught in that, I guess, trap of his, where they waste their money, they flush it down a fucking drain, essentially. They support him, they support his channel, and all of the horrible, awful things he does to people. And then at some point, they realize who they're dealing with and what he's doing, and then they feel a sense of guilt and shame and loss because they just flushed money down the toilet. I mean, he's flushing their money down the toilet. You know what I'm saying? He does not have a mental disorder. He's doing it purposely. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. He does a lot of shit purposely, you know? Yeah, he cannot. I agree with you on this one. I don't think it's regulating shit for him. You know? I don't think it's regulating a goddamn thing. Yeah, it's the DSM. DSM is quite interesting to read on certain things. But traits of a cult leader, traits of a narcissist, they seem to come together nicely. Not that we were all shocked about that, were we? No. I'm guessing all 488 people watching me on X right now are not shocked about that. You know, that's what they do. They play the victim. They turn the roles. They spin the roles where everyone else is bad and they are the ultimate victim of everything and anyone. Anything they do wrong, they flip it around. It's the other person, not them. Anything they get caught doing, you made me do it. I did it because you made me, right? I did it because your behavior made me. Or they rewrite history and the truth. Well, you started it, when in reality, they never said a single word. But that's how they get people to believe them, you know? He pretended to get $1,500 last night from his turtle chat. Nobody on X believed him, and neither do I. I mean, there's literally been maybe 3 times I've never received anything that large, but bigger donations. So, I mean, I am a small channel, but at the same time, we do know from past history that he does, in fact, fake turtle chats just so he can talk about certain things and make it not look like it's him that brought it up. feel like he's just answering a question. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Feeling sick is literally the worst. Yeah, I don't blame you. You also have to remember, he is actively sharing these people's details, their addresses, their names, where they live, their card details, with his mods to then use that to attack people who dissent. That's gross, and I'm pretty sure if you're running a business, quite illegal to be sharing people's information with anyone else that isn't paid to work in the business that is handling it. You could be sued for that. You know, you can literally, yeah, reactive abuse. There's a word for that for a reason. When someone reacts to the constant abuse, the abuser then goes, look how crazy they are. Look how insane they are, when they're reacting to the constant abuse. That's why it's called reactive. You know? Sam, you still here? Wallflower's asking for you. I'm going to check something real quick here. Is anybody else having a problem with X telling you that you have messages? Because I am not actively getting like an alert that I have messages on X, not even when I'm looking at the thing where like your inbox is, until I click on the inbox. And then I'm like, oh, I have messages. Neither do I, Dougie, but then again, you know. Karen Reed. Oh yeah, she served John's family on his birthday with her lawsuit, which is weird to me that you would do that on that day. I'm not a fan, you know. You know, the fact that he's even still sending money to his Give Send Go when he's paid off his lawyers and is trying to recoup 300 grand that wasn't his to begin with is fucking gross in my opinion. It wasn't like that 300 grand he spent on attorneys is 300 grand that other people gave him. So he's not, you can't recoup something that was never yours. You know what I mean? You can't. You literally can't recoup something that was never yours to begin with. That doesn't make any sense. I'm going to recoup money that everyone else gave me to pay for my attorney. You can't recoup that. But that was his excuse. I'm just recouping. What are you recouping? It's all money other people gave you. So what the fuck are you recouping, dude? You can't recoup money that was never yours. You know? Yeah, I know. I took a break too. We all took a little bit of a break, I think. Well-needed break. Let's see here. Yeah, that was probably just being a wise ass, I'm guessing, but I don't look at any of that, so I have no idea, but I'm guessing it was probably just being facetious, you know? I have no idea what's going on in that land. I couldn't tell you, and I don't condone any of it. It's all fucking bonkers to me, dude. I think it's not good. Bottom line, not good. Not fucking good. Oh, there you are. Wallflower was just asking for you. And I'm like wishing and hoping that this court case comes back soon because now I gotta pee again. It's me drinking all the water. I didn't have coffee today. And so I'm drinking water like it's going out of style. Actual fudgicles. Fresh. No. Venmo keeps sending me these dumb emails like upgrade your card to a sports, you know, card. Like a college sports team. They want you to like get their new card. Like, yeah, so I can pay for it. Like, no. Christmas is coming, Venmo. Sorry. Like, sorry. I have 3 kids. Christmas is coming. I got this letter, if some of you missed it, from my little, the cutest thing ever that she wants me to send to Santa. She wrote her name, wrote to Santa on the top. She wants a Tabba squishy, a slime. She wants slime. She wants like a slime kit. I don't know why she just wrote slime. Slime. Stitch robe. We got the Stitch robe. That's the only thing we've bought in thus far. And more cat toys. She wants cat toys for the cat, which is so adorable. Then a skateboard, nail glue, and nails for the nail glue. She was very specific on that one. Then she showed Merry Christmas and then forgot that she wanted something else. Then wrote Stitch water bottle, and then she drew a heart. She asked me to send it off to Santa. She left it with the elf last night. The elf on a shelf. Oh, hope you feel better standing. Oh, that's probably smart, right? Straw. That'll probably insulate some shit, right? Kitties with the kitties. I'm vibrating. Please hold. I'm telling you, this is why I don't keep my phone on like ring. If I kept my phone on ring, you guys would want to gouge your eardrums out. Listen, I'm a wimp when I'm sick too. Don't feel bad. I literally am. I'm like, make it stop, please. Let's see. Oh, no, just an email. That's just an email. That's an email. It's like just emails, notifications, but nothing serial. Why is my doing that? Or at least try some like broth, you know, like chicken noodle soup broth, you know. What does it say? What do they say? It's like supposed to be like applesauce, toast. What are the things? It's like applesauce, toast. It's like the most bland things. I don't blame you, Ski. I don't. Music is always good, though. Music is good. I love music. You know. Oh, script. Oh. Straw is not cheap in general. Bone broth. That's it. 2 times a day. Ugh. Yeah, bone broth. Any kind of broth. You know. Yeah, so you're going up on the steroids. My daughter was on steroids for a long time. She was on prednisone for various, you know, stuff with her, and she was on it long term though, so it made her cheeks like chipmunk cheeks, you know. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Usually my husband's working, so there's no one to take care of me when I'm sick either. My kids are at school, and it's just me whining in bed with a bucket in case I can't make it to the bathroom. It's a big bucket. Oh, I love that. May middle ask for peace in the world and that all the poor children get a gift. I wish that was the case. That would be friggin' great. You know, just being one of those families that, like, you know, lives paycheck to paycheck, it's tough, dude. And around Christmas is the toughest. They jack the prices up on everything. If you don't get stuff early, it's either out or you can't get it, right? So if you have to last minute shop, like you have to wait until you get a paycheck after the 21st, then you're kind of ultimately screwed on whatever you can find with that little tiny bit of money you have, and just hope that it's, you know, a couple things per kid. Like that's all you really can do. I do when my channel is big enough one day, I really want to do a thing for teenagers, because the teenagers really get left out. Most of the programs they have for low-income families go up to about age 12 or 13, really, and it goes by the area you live in. So some areas like Boston have an abundance of programs, like the area I live in does not. And so it's lacking in anything for teenagers at all in any capacity. And so, you know, if you have a smaller child below that age, you might be able to get, you know, three toys for your child through like one of those programs. You can only sign up for one, and then there's nothing for the teenagers. So essentially some families will get, you know, 3 gifts for their little, and their teenagers wouldn't get anything. And so the teenagers kind of get left out, any kid over the age of 12. And it's like, oh, well, the teenagers are expensive. If the amount that toys are nowadays, they're not any more expensive to buy a teenager a $20 gift card than it is buying a $20 toy. You know what I'm saying? To me, that doesn't make any difference. And so I hope one day that I can start something for teenagers specifically. And then when it gets old, when it gets bigger, you know, after maybe a few years, it grows enough. I also want to do the parents in the household, because you're stressing all year long trying to figure this out. You know, you're not going to be able to do it till last minute because of your bills, right? Especially low income families or working paycheck to paycheck families. And you get down, you know, maybe you get the littles and now you're worrying about what you're going to do with the teens. And I do believe everyone should have something under the tree to open. Everyone should have something. I don't care if it's one thing, but everyone should have one thing under the tree to open, no matter how big or small. You know, it's the magic of Christmas that gets stolen. You know, when you have that much stress, there's no magic in it anymore. Oh, I bet those babies will love that. Oh, so tomorrow's the last day you take it. Yeah, that's basically what I do. Thug it out. Just thugging it out by myself. All the little plug-in houses. I love that. Self-warming mats. Oh, I love that. Crab, diet crackers, rice, apples, bananas. That's what it is. Rice, apples, bananas. I knew it was something with rice, but I couldn't remember which fruits. Apples, bananas. I love bananas. You know, I never really had an option. It was always have to wait this late, and here I am on the 10th still waiting. You know, unfortunately, it's like that's what I have to do. Unless, you know, unless magically somehow my show has some miraculous giant day of a couple $100, I'm not doing shit until I get paid on the 21st. This is not happening. Change pump twice over 15 hours. I just don't, and so inefficient. I don't blame you. It's, you know, those cats though, I'm telling you, the ones lived behind my old apartment, they I don't know how they did it, but they made sort of like a nest in the woods, like underneath the brush, away from like the snow or whatever. It's almost like a bird's nest, you know, almost like a bird's nest. Do a picture and put it on the fridge. It's so cute, but it breaks my heart. She's a loving kid. Oh, I love that though. She's got a heart. That's a good thing, you know. Oh, it's your anniversary and you're sick. That's terrible. Well, happy anniversary anyway, you know? Oh, Toys R Us. Wouldn't I have? I worked at Babies R Us when I was pregnant with my first, and I worked 2 jobs. I worked at Babies R Us and I worked at Stephanie's on Newbury Street. And I had to work 2 doubles a week there. So I was a tired girl at that point. I was working all this time to make sure I saved up for the baby, you know? And I just graduated, so. Yep, I hear you, my friend. The chronic pain is a bitch. It's a bitch. You know, it is a bitch. It's an absolute bitch. I'm in one of those flares basically right now, and it's not fun, you know? And I have the medication that gives you like headaches and nausea and maybe some night sweats. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. Not fun. I think we're just gonna make a good old meatloaf tonight. You know, something quick and easy peasy lemon squeezy. You know, meatloaf. And some eggs, some spices, ground beef, and you just boom, make it a meatloaf. Making a freaking meatloaf. Where is this trial? What are they doing right now? It's 2 o'clock, people. It's 2 o'clock. Let me make sure we're actually, yeah, we're up to time. We are up to time. Also, the only thing I had to do is a muffin, so we're ready for dinner when it comes. Geez, yeah, I mean, I basically did it standing with my first one. It was not fun. Not fun. Swollen feet, swollen hands, pain everywhere. Don't recommend working 2 jobs while you're pregnant. It's not fun. But back then, you know, we didn't get time off that was paid either. Like you went right back to work when you had a baby because you couldn't afford it. now at least my state gives like a paid time off after you have a baby, and there's actually a leave for that, even though you don't get paid 100% of your, whatever. You get paid, I think it's like 75%, 70, whatever it is. Still better than what we had, which was not a goddamn thing. You can get paid anything. Sucked. Oh, that's terrible. Had postpartum. I would call it the baby blues postpartum. It was very like low on the scale of postpartum with my oldest. I never had it again with my other kids, but it sucked. It sucked. That's terrible. Yeah, now they have, the time off that we didn't have. Boy. Fentanyl potency, blah, 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 blah. I can't. I'm trying to find, it was a clip I saw earlier. Did the camera just move? Oh, there is no chance I could work at a Target. Nope. I gotta get my other headphones. Hold on a second. Retail is a nightmare, and I wouldn't be able to be on my feet that much. I could barely be in this chair that much. That's why I have to shut my camera off. A lot of the time, I have to get up or lay down, depending. Now let me put my headphones connected here. My other ones died. I did not charge them fully like I usually do. I forgot that I had something else on the charger. Come on, connect. You can do it. You can do it. What do you mean couldn't connect? What is happening? Oh, now it's connected. Let me test this. Let me see. Is it connected is the question. Saying it is, but I'm not sure it is. Hold on. That's awful. I don't wish that on anyone. Oh, shoot. Looks like Mike might be doing a Spaces with Krista Koala at some point. Doesn't say when, though. I should have said when. I'll have to check with Chris and see, or Mike. Check with either one of them and see when that Spaces would be. Oh, Springfield. That's not a place you want to be either. No. SUV flipped over on a ramp. That's terrible. I actually was in a car accident one time with the car. It was an SUV. It was a car. Hit sort of like the guardrail, and it was like a corner like this, and the car flip, and my window was open, and I went out the window, which is how I got this good old scar here and this good
You are
old scar
unmuted.
here.
What's the session?
Oh, good. Now I can go to the conspiracy bathroom. Be right back.
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, I have like a wall of share cards on a cork board. It's sad. That's how many people I've lost. Friends, family, loved ones, my fiance way back. I have an entire cork board, a big cork board just filled with prayer cards. It's sad.
Those entering, all rise. Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
Judge, just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Thank
Just right this way. Just do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. You're gonna have a seat, just pull that a little close. Well, give me the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceeds to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
My God, that would suck. That would suck, realizing that a murderer was right there in front of me. That would suck so bad.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay,
You may proceed.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA-KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walshe about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C. And also
the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I don't see how any of this is relevant, to be honest. I really just don't understand how any of it would be relevant, but cool, I guess. Any of what she was feeling doesn't really go to the motive of why he killed her. You know what I mean? He killed her because he's a psychopath. You can't always try to get a reason for why someone crazy does something.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always. Objection as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I lost my best friend, obviously not in this way,
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
but I lost my best friend nonetheless.
164.
And
Thank you.
it is the hardest fucking thing because they're not just a friend, they're more like a sister. And I think about her every day. For Christ's sakes, I named my youngest daughter after her. She passed before my last daughter was born.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walshe respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're not going to object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and
That's fine. That's
Okay.
all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walshe at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the
Okay.
phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walshe?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded,
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Oh, you don't like that answer? I mean, she was combative, then she was combative. I mean, you guys want the answer, but then you don't like the answer. It's like, you can't tailor the answer to what you want it to be. The answer is what the answer is. It's, you know. Hi. Thank you, Sam. It is awful. You're home and you can listen now. In my opinion, his mother had to know something. She had to know something was suspicious or he was lying. I mean, she had to have. I don't know. I mean, I don't think she wants to come to terms with it still, but even after he pled guilty to certain things. Yeah, I think she did. I agree with Casey. Come on, sidebar. These are long ass sidebars. You guys probably don't like them, neither do I. It's too fucking long.
Going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how
So
Brian
long.
reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what?
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay.
Okay.
And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mm-hmm.
and that he worried you.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier. Falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
Oh, please. This does not correlate to her
I don't
dying in her
recall
sleep.
that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay. You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian,
It's
you know,
tonight.
you need to resolve this.
I'll be
Even
there
if you
'cause
go to
tonight
jail,
I'll be
we'll be
listening.
here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility,
Okay.
have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay.
jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together.
Mm-hmm.
And that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think.
All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him. And that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, you know, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think
Okay.
or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay. Sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
A narcissist hears everything differently. Everything. They hear differently. They spin differently, which is exactly why when we're talking about like the sewer turtle, like you're always going, he's going to hear it and spin it differently than what it was said. I read that passage from his book earlier. What he claimed it was and what it really was were two clearly different things, right? Clearly different things. but he didn't give a shit. He was going to spin it the way he's going to spin it. And that applies here. He looks very nervous and upset. You still see no remorse. He's upset for himself, not for Anna. That's okay. I get them too, believe me. These long ass sidebars.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case.
Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you.
Commonwealth just rested. Damn.
With that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapter.
We done.
That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence.
Now the defense
present in this case.
needs to go.
As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day.
Ooh, she cannonied us.
And before you leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
If there's exiting, all rise. First, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
Good night.
Well, I can't with that. I can't even look at his face right now. This is just, that is like creepy. There is nothing to be smiling about right now, bud. Well, the defense still has a case to put on, and the Commonwealth has the right to rebut if they want.
Have you seen it?
I mean, I'd convict. It's very clear. He bought all those things. He chopped her up, and he pled guilty to the moving the body and lying to the cops. So doesn't really leave much room to.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, defendant would move for required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
Shocker.
And,
They all do this. Commonwealth's not met its burden, we claim, blah, blah, blah. That's what they always
Give me
do.
a second to read your pleading.
She didn't want to rule on the sentencing on it. That's what she didn't want to rule on, the sentencing part of it. I did hear her say that that part was going to come in.
All right.
She didn't want to rule on the sentencing until the end.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven.
Oh, yeah, they have, in my opinion.
On the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walshe ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walshe was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walshe was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walshe did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walshe reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Festa.
Yeah, get
And
your
I
motion to dismiss Sarah out of the way.
We understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, hurry up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go to
Viewed
the
in the
list.
light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Yep.
I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin and Thanksgiving over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th.
Sure
He
did.
also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right, come on, Judge.
The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just in brief. summarized.
The formality,
for
folks,
the
they all
court.
do this.
That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine
Girl, I hear you.
the
I
three
hear you.
elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
Sure, object to
I
the record,
understand.
sir. Yeah, it's denied. All right, Judge, wrap it up. I got to go outside and get my kiddo off the bus, and I
You
can shut
indicated
this
to me
whole
at
thing
the
down.
side of the bench, there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
There are, can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, cool. They're going to the sidebar for that. Here's the thing. I got to go run out and get my kiddo off a bus in a second. And it doesn't look like they're going to argue these in front of us for whatever reason. I don't know. They don't tell us until the second he's going to, but I just don't see that happening. It does not happen often. I don't see there would be any benefit to him doing it at all. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to leave it and see if they come back. I know when I get back from the bus, I'll end the show. So if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe if you'd like to help show your appreciation to the channel and help the channel keep moving forward. We could always use the help. There's a bunch of different ways you can do so. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. There's a link in chat and the description of the video. You can click on use credit and debit. You can remain anonymous. For all of those, you can just hit the like button, subscribe. That's all free. Share the video. I'm going.
All right. So I think we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cool. I can close this down now. I just got back. Love your stinking faces. See you guys in the morning. Bye.